Thanks for the heads up. Must be important. I don't know. Um, there's nothing. There's nothing overly important. It's just that um, I'll probably quit this at around 3 o'clock today. I've got to run 4 errands, and I got to get it done before tomorrow. So there's nothing particularly important. I am going to let Ham know I'm live. I want to show you guys one thing. Which, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. I just want to make sure I'm in that in a small way. There we go. I'm in a small. Let me take you out, David, so people can see the lines underneath. All right, let me go back to it. Anyway, this guy, Jacob King, I don't know. U.S. banks are now grappling with a whopping $500 billion in unrealized losses. To put it into perspective, that's over 8 times higher than during the I don't want to blame it on folks, but during the crisis that happened at the transition between Bush and folks, probably nothing. But look at this chart. Unrealized gains or losses, but unrealized losses on investment securities solely reflect the difference between the market value and the book value of non-equity securities, bonds, mortgages, loans. So going back to the Obama years, well, let's start with the you're not going to fool me twice. You're only going to fool us once, guy. No, what was he? We won't be fooled again. These were numbers that people talked about, but very small in retrospect. Then folks came in. I don't know that he really helped much, but then they just bought all the crap off the balance sheets of the banks, and also lowered interest rates to 0%. So there were gains in all of those bonds that they held. Then this is still Obama, helicopter Benz. It just came that the marginal rate of return on continuing the same policy disappeared. And then we came into sort of, we came into Trumpism here, and we had some good years and then flat and then down, which I imagine this was the pandemic. This was the pandemic. And then we, obviously, the most popular president in the history of the United States, added the most jobs, grew the economy better than any president in the history of the United States, along with Kamala Harris. You had these gains. But what you see here is as the Federal Reserve raised interest rates, And frankly, as mortgage rates went up, uh, uh, possibly separately from what the Fed did, there's huge losses. They have available for sale securities, which are not, as I understand it now, they don't have to be marked to market. Otherwise, we'd already have bank failures. And then the other trick they're using, they're holding, if you state you're going to hold the asset to maturity, you don't have to mark it to market. These are just enormous losses that have been on the bank's books for 2 years, 3 years. Can they continue to hold those losses? I don't know. I do think there's hope. I don't want to be all negative. I think interest rates may be going down in the bond market. I don't know what's going to happen with mortgages, because mortgages can separate from the government bond market. All right, let me come back to you. That's the only thing I wanted to talk about that requires a separate screen. Let me give you some prices. I'll see where Ham is. I think he's at lunch after his therapy, but we can certainly bring him on board. Kodak is up 86 cents at 750, 748.88. GME's up, as you know, probably if you're following it. DJT is down. I would just suggest to those of you in GME, possibly one thing you could do is just exchange GME partly anyway, for DJT and see what happens. Fingers up a penny at 194. MLSS is under a buck at 0.9907. I didn't look at Nixie. Sexy Nixie up 10 cents at 260. It's you got your quiet days coming up and maybe in the beginning of next week, but I still think that's a play where you can see 10x before the end of the year, maybe January. And it's just, the chart says it all, the news story says it all for me. Let's just look at logic is cheap, and I think it makes an acquisition. This company next trip NTRP is $2.70. It's up 10 cents. And later after Ham, maybe I can locate their presentation for you and go through it. I think that stock pretty soon could be a $3 to $5 stock, and with more upside coming. RLAIF 26.83. That one has a lot of shares outstanding. It's a Canadian company, but it's a powerful story, and I think there is a potential for a short squeeze there. Does it go to 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or higher? Yeah, but maybe you just trade out of it if it goes to $1 or $1.50. I don't know. And then let's just look at ZJYL, up 7 cents at 95.41. We can look at a chart after Ham, but I have a feeling that might be the beginning of a snapback. And Let me just look up GDC. Oh, that's up 22 cents too. That's 255. Not bad. Not bad. All right, let me see what you're saying, and I'll bring on. Oh, T-Low. I didn't look at T-Low. T-Low hits a new low. T-Low's down 45 cents. I like T-Low. I don't think that's, if you guys, you got to, half of your brain is telling you that the stock price means something and there must be news, there must be something going wrong. The other half of your brain realizes that this is a continuous onslaught on an industrial scale to purloin your investable capital and give it to Larry Fink and Stevie Cohen. My opinion is those guys are, and the other hedge funds out there, the other big pools of money, they benefit from this. They supply the training. They back up the fronts like Jeff Easton or Kurt Kramer or Yorkville, and it's how they get their outsized returns. That's my firm opinion based on knowledge and belief. Could I be wrong? Yeah, I could. Maybe they came up with it all by themselves. Sunil, that's awfully nice. Oh, thank you, Sunil. Captain Sunil. Captain Sunil. Wolf is up. Yeah, I mean, at some point, Keith, it's got to, I mean, with Bitcoin flirting with 100,000, everybody talking about Trump coming back in with AI, the demands for AI, it's all about power. I'm not a big fan of nuclear power. I think it's going to destroy our planet. I think it already has. But hey, we're going to go to war because those Russians, they're being mean to the Ukrainians. So we got to exterminate the entire planet. We haven't spoken with Russia on a diplomatic level in 7 years. That is Hillary Clinton being a spoiled brat because she lost an election because she's unlikable, not particularly talented, not particularly smart, and corrupt. She lost, but she blamed it on Russia. Russia. So it became impossible for Trump to spend any political capital on that. But I think he did. I think he might be the last guy that met with Putin, Trump. These geniuses that are all come from the highly educated, highly self-satisfied, highly morally correct classes of the Democratic Party, they don't even meet with him. They don't talk with him. And we're on the verge of a hair trigger. It's one mistake away from complete annihilation. It doesn't bother anybody. World War I started by an unforeseeable event, Archduke Ferdinand, or whatever his name was. I forget the name of the assassin. And then decisions made quickly by old men, heat of the moment. Next thing you know, empires are crumbling, people are slaughtered, and nothing is accomplished. Thank God they didn't have nuclear weapons. Thank you again, Sunil. Captain Sunil. Happy Thanksgiving. Ham mentioned on Twitter, federal regulation of securities winter meeting, December 5. Well, I'll be here. I thought I'd be out of town possibly, but I'll be here, so I can go down. Captain and Sunil. Good morning. Good morning. Hoorah! Yeah, they can cheat. Yeah, Ham knows. It was over 80, told me this morning. What's going on with Nix? It fluctuates. There's enormous selling in all these stocks that comes from people that don't own shares. And you can see it here from, I don't know, this is like 180. There must have been a reverse split in there. And just straight down. For about a year, Nix has been in a support range that actually is going up. Higher lows, higher highs. And anytime the stock price comes down to basically this level, it stops. And then it trades within, it's kind of in a trading range. This, you can't see it maybe, but this red line here, it broke out, went to 5. Let me just make sure I'm reading the right one. Yeah, went to 550. And then this chart doesn't show it because I made this recommendation before it happened. But there was and I can't give financial advice, a move to like $12, but it was $8, 8 something during the trading hours. To my memory, a huge amount of volume. Anyway, the risk if you buy Nix is right where you are. I would say it could go down 50 cents, maybe more. I don't know for sure, but there's the selling is going to happen today, Friday, early next week probably. It's all the holidays, but it should be bound by this lower trend, my guess. And look, they've already put out news and they've said what they're trying to do. As further news comes out, as I think there will be large buying by knowledgeable investors with a lot of money, this stock starts to trade higher, it breaks out, and it could go to the 550, the 8, the 13, the 25, the sort of 40, 50, 60 range very easily. And I think that's what's going to prevail. The main reason I like it as compared to many stories in terms of a trade, I see finger motion, yes, as a trade, but I also see it as an investment. Anyway, here, I think you're in your support. You're in it. So if you pay 260, does it trade down briefly? Possibly, but it snaps right back, in my opinion. If you wait, and when everybody else is talking about it, and you buy it at 8 or you buy it at 13, there's still reward available, but when it corrects, it could really come down quite a bit if it didn't run. So I just think as a combination of risk versus reward, which I think is 10x at a minimum, it's my favorite play for the end of the year. They are a shell which has acquired all in the news announcements. I forget the company, Got to Have It, but Got to Have It is a wholesaler who provides basically gift-like offerings to big stores, little stores, medium stores, airport stores, high street stores, I'm guessing. I don't know where all the places are, but they've been in business for some, to my memory, some 30 years. They have revenues, they have positive cash flow, they have earnings, they have high margins, they have cash. And in the news story, the company intends to build $1 billion asset. Is it going to be within weeks, months, or take a long time? The news story says, I think, 2 to 3 years. I think it's going to happen much more quickly than that. They have something like 13 million shares outstanding. It looks like as much as 9 to 12 million of those shares are closely held and cannot be traded, at least not in the short term. It's possible there's a huge naked short position because, just looking at this chart, this is where all this selling came in. But, that was when it was called something else. It was called recruiter.com. So you've got earnings announcements. I bet you're going to see another acquisition announcement, or I'm guessing that. What makes it run? My opinion, and I've done this for a long time, so I'm willing to put some weight on it. It broke out to 550. It broke out to 12 something pre-market, and then it was like $8. To me, the stock is telling you it wants to go up, and the next time it breaks through, that'll be the third time is the charm. Doesn't have to happen, but often the third time is the charm, and it runs. It could run through, pull back, and it's the fourth time. But that's what it looks like to me, and I think it's going to be very quick. Like I say, I think it's a year-end trade, and you can get out of it. If you listen to the story when the news comes out, you might want to hold on to it. But I think ultimately the fundamentals argue for a $20 stock, 15, 20, 25. And I think it'll have a run much higher than that beforehand. That's my perception on Nixie. And we'll see. Yeah, there's no update, per se on Nix. I don't expect much of anything today or on Friday. And frankly, depending on how they organize their acquisitions, you may see an acquisition announced, or you may see a financing announced, or some corporate M&A related news, because companies, when they buy other companies, need money. If that happens, depends on what it says. I don't think, maybe there's it just depends. I mean, that might be an opportunity to buy some stock cheaper, but I don't really think so. And I would say anytime NIXX goes down, it's an opportunity to add to positions. I don't expect this to be a long-term story unless you want it to be. Based on the amount of shares and rough arithmetic, this could be a $50 stock next year. But that's not why I'm telling you to me, that's a little speculative, those ideas, until we see how many shares are issued and the rest. But I think Nix is a lot like some other companies who are trying to create real value next year. And I would put collective audience in that category. I'd put logic in that category. Of course, fingers in that category. I think Tilo's in that category. Hey, Captain and Sunil, thank you. Yeah, he's a handsome boy. I didn't know it'd be so tough to have a dog get old. Let me text Ham. Oh, Ham just called. Let me make sure the speaker's on.
Battery 30%. Connected.
30%. Well, that'll get us through Ham.
Hello.
I'm just wondering what they're thinking about. Do you think they can win?
Who? You talking to me?
What would they do if they thought they could win? No, I'm live. Go ahead and go live.
Just give you 1 second, William.
GTII, awesome. GTII is a completely busted trade. It's completely, you may have an opportunity to make a new trade in GTII. We won't know. But I think GTII is something you got to write off this year and get a tax advisor to help you with it. But I think you can write it off, change your cost basis to zero, and maybe something happens next year that you can add some money to it, make a successful trade. But I don't know why you bring up GTII.
Well, listen, for those who are in GTI, the trade isn't over. It's upside down for sure. We've had the proof. The government's given us the proof. We have management getting cleaned out, and we have an opportunity to put a new company in there. So let what is his name? The receiver, who's been, the court has appointed, he will take care of it, and they'll do the right thing for shareholders. And when it's ready to trade, then your opportunities to try to average down, or you could do something to figure it out then. Until then, we can't do anything about it. But
yeah, there's other places to make money in the meantime. And you don't have a decision to make. You can come on and just dump negativity. But there's no decision to make with GTII right now. You can't sell it. You really shouldn't be buying it. There's no real market for it. So
right. There's no reason to do anything.
It's not something to, it's like having a sore tooth. You keep playing with it over and over again. There's other teeth in your mouth.
Let's look at it this way. Let's say the receiver does everything he's supposed to be doing, and they get a great merger partner, and they get the audited financials. It's going to start trading tomorrow. And let's say, God willing, the stock opens up at 6, right? Because now it's a good company in here. The float, all the shares will be trimmed down because management has to return them, all that good stuff. If the stock opens at 6, which it could happen anywhere, it could be anywhere, and you are long and upside down, my advice to you would be, but if it does give you that opportunity to break even, and you've been trapped in it for a while and you're not happy about it, make sure, okay, I'm going to say it to you nice and easy, make sure you get the fuck out. Because when you get a chance to get even sometimes, all right, even though you think it could go higher, it makes you a better trader because you can actually think straight instead of thinking that you have this loss on you all the time. Okay, so you don't be afraid to do that if it happens. It happens. I've done it a lot where I got in a trade, it went down on me, I got even, and you know what? I was down $30,000, $40,000, and I said, "Screw that! I'm out. I'm even. I can't believe I'm even." I get out. 2 days later, the stock triples. But that's not what I do. I basically was thrilled that I got in too early, and I took advantage of the rally to get myself out. And I would reestablish my position, but it didn't give me a chance. It went straight up. So that's what happens in life. That's what happens in the stock market. Breaking even is a good thing. Anyway, so that was your information on GTII. That isn't trading. It's like same thing as MLTTP, whatever the hell it is. I can't remember what it is.
MMTLP.
Whatever the hell. I can't remember anymore what the hell. It's the craziest symbol in creation.
Meta Materials Limited Partners.
William, I had a question for you. Where is the Madison Hotel in D.C.?
Oh, that's on
15th Street.
yeah, it's 15th. It's right near where the Washington Post used to be, but they've got it's a very nice brand new office building there. It's right across from the National Home Builders Association, but it's a great location. Madison Hotel is a great hotel.
I'm not calling it because it's a great hotel. There's a federal regulation of securities winter meeting this December 5th and December 6th at the Madison Hotel. And the topics are going to be covered as security, regulations and compliance, enforcement and litigation, some international, whatever, some other couple of things. And I was thinking about putting the truck in front of the building and to really annoy Gary Gensler on the way out the door.
Well, there's room for it.
That was my question.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the street signs say about it, but there's definitely room on that street to move that truck right in front. There's 2 entrances. It could even be on the side. It could be across the street. It's a wide avenue.
So Gary Gensler is going to this event, and all the legal profession will be there. All the lawyers will be there. And guess what, people? Gary Gensler will be giving the wink and the heads up to lawyers that are looking to protect their hedge fund clients, and they want the scoop on what the new regulations are going to be.
Meta Materials Torchlight preferred. That's what.
But the good thing is that Trump is coming in, and Gary Gensler has no right to say anything anymore because his word is dirt. So he's not going to have anything to say. I thought by putting the truck there and showing Jeff Easton the rest of the free world his name and his face, I figured that would annoy him to death. So I'm going to find out about the truck. I was curious about the Madison Hotel, and we'll put a nice truck right in front of it to annoy Gary Gensler, the lawyers that represent him. Maybe we'll throw Jeffries in there as their foreign broker and sort of twist it around a little bit, but definitely I'll make the call and see if the truck is available. And that is for the 4th and the 5th. Or the 5th and the 6th, I forgot the days. Anyway, what else do we got here, William, today? Finger motion, nothing going on, dead in the water.
Well, you got Kodak showing up to fight.
Yeah. I told you I got some people out this morning. I got people offering at 8. You know, it's so funny. Once the stock wakes up, everyone starts calling up and telling me they own stock. So it's a lot more than I thought. And good for them. And they make their own decisions on when they want to get out. And that's up to you.
Kit, who has 4.6 billion counterfeits? Is it MSTU, GDC, MMTLP? Which one do you mean? I'm I don't know, 4.6 billion counterfeits. That's a lot.
I don't know who that is.
And that would like to donate for the truck. All right. Well, we can.
Oh, thank you very much. I didn't even think about
they
that.
can-
But thank you.
When you can do it here, I guess, or we can set up oh, I know it's better. Maybe I can give you my Venmo. That might be better. Or
Well, let me see if I can get the truck if the driver's available, because it's not exactly easy.
Venmo's better because YouTube doesn't take anything out of it. Anyway, don't have to worry about it today.
Find out about the truck. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. We're going to do everything possible to annoy Jeff Easton and his buddies and to bring more heat onto them. Yeah, I sent you the William. I don't know if you saw it, but Pat Burns in a hospital in Qatar or Qatar, whatever you want to call it. He's in the hospital called the View, and as you can see, he had an IV bag, something attached to him. And that, to me, looks like the dreaded sign of the big C has returned to me. I've seen that look. I've seen that, I don't know. I hope it's not, but he's been, unfortunately, he's had a couple of bouts of cancer. He's beaten it over the years, but it could be back. I don't know. But he's there. He's in the hospital. So for people thinking that Pat Byrne is not going to help us, the guy is sick. He stated that. We told you that. And it's just a shame. After 24 years of fighting this crime, I was so looking forward to the man that could actually destroy these people. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's advising somebody what to do. And it's just a shame that good people like him are getting sick and these scumbags walk around. It's just amazing. If anything gets me now, it's that I hope guys like Jeff Easton, his family, his friends, his partners, they should all get the worst diseases as possible, because and people, you have to understand this. These guys are robbing us. They're robbing you. I've never heard of anybody being polite. There's no reason to be polite about this. If you're in the street in Manhattan, if someone comes to rob you, you would take a baseball bat if they're standing there with a knife and club them just to protect yourself. These criminals are doing the same thing. And this weekend, this holiday weekend, and the Christmas season coming up, these guys are taking care of their families and friends and going on vacation, while most of us are making cutbacks just to keep going, including myself. And I'm never going to be polite to these guys, never. And I don't believe anybody should. I try to be as polite as possible, but I I can't stand them. And I only hope they go to jail. And when they go to jail, I'm going to do everything in my power to find people that we know in the jail, to actually have a welcome committee for them. And we know people everywhere. So again, it's a disgrace that the government has allowed these people to steal, from Ken Griffin, the guy from Virtue, you name it, to all these guys that have done this. And to get looked down for us fighting back is a disgrace. We have to fight. I'm not investing anymore. I'm fighting criminals. This is not investing. Anyway, just to change the subject for 1 second. Yesterday, I've been talking about MLSS. The company had a big news event yesterday. Stock went up 30% yesterday. Well, it was $1. It went down 30%, and it's back 30%. In 2 days, the stock only trades 114,000 shares a day. It traded 1 million yesterday, another 500,000 today. Just so you understand, there was nobody running to sell the stock. They obviously have someone that's come into the stock and try to hold it down and short it and hold it below $1. I have no understanding why. The company had a great news event. They actually do something that helps people, with the epidural needle, with precision and their technique. They get paid for it. They help people. They do 11 million a year, 11 million shots a year, and the stock doesn't go anywhere. Netflix, they make a movie and the stock goes up $30. I mean, I'm just trying to show, I have nothing against Netflix. I'm just trying to show people making a movie versus people that can save your life. The things that help people in their lives is more important than Netflix making a stupid movie or showing Seinfeld episodes or whatever it may be that they do. That's Wall Street it's completely upside down on what's more important. And it's just, and if you get to watch it for a while and see cancer companies destroyed and this company or with diabetes or whatever the disease has been, they could kill us. A friend of mine told me a long time ago, a friend from Long Island, SENS, I forgot they got approval for something from the FDA. And the stock went from $4 to below $1 on the approval. Went straight down. I don't know if it's diabetes, I forgot what the hell they did. But I'm just laughing that just no matter what companies do, the events are being sold into all the time. And the reason they sell into it is because that's when the buying power comes in, the buying pressure comes in. If you ever wanted to get short, you want to get short when people are buying into it because you need a short sale, you need someone to sell it to, right? So they short it onto the buying of all the good news, and then they push it down after that. That's what they do. That's the game. You would do the same thing if you're on that side. And the only reason these trades exist is because there's no time on settlement. Because you could sell all you want in MLSS yesterday. Let's say you shorted 1 million shares. If you had to deliver it today because of stock settlement, you sold it at $1 yesterday, and today you'll be buying it back, what, at $2? You can't do that. That's the only reason that these guys have any leverage or the trade they do it is because there's no one settling the trades. And that's how they're able to carry these positions. Can't carry the positions, you can't be short. Any questions, William, on anything?
Ham is green on MLSS.
Thank you. I ordered it 101. It's $1 to 102.
Wow, Kitteridge has 251,000 finger, and the price never goes up. He's not.
I have to meet that person one day because
he's a smart trader.
That's what I said. I wanted to meet him. Listen, people, I want you to write this on your hand. I'm a firm believer in buying things when no one wants them. And when they come for them, I'm great at giving it back. All right? Depending on the story, if it's a story that's out of this world and I happen to get in early, I would only give back 20 or 25% of my position as it starts to run. And then I would start to sell small pieces all the way up. If it's a stock that I just get lucky in and I bought it for some crazy reason and the stock takes off, I'll give it all back and move along because I'll just go find something else. And one of those stocks was Kodak. I talked about it for a while. And a lot of people I know bought it and I completely forgot about it because I don't keep tabs on it. When the stock started to jump, everyone was calling me up, telling me Kodak is going. And what should they do? So depending on who it is, I said, make sure you start selling. You made $2. You made $2.50 on it. The easy thing was you got rewarded because you got in early. Right? The stock didn't make a 50-point move. It went from 4.5 to 7.5. It's not like it's almost up 100%, but that's not a move from 4 to 40. So I advised them to sell 80% of what they had, take the 2 points. If you owned it at 4.5 minus 2, you own it at 2.5 now. The balance. So you're letting your profits ride. And you can stay for the next leg if it does continue. At least you don't turn it into a negative. Never turn a winning trade into a negative. What does that mean again? If I'm up $2,000, I don't want to hold on to it until I'm back down on the day. All right, so if you looked at it, I'll give you an example. I own MLSS. I paid 101. The stock went straight down. It was a losing trade for me. Now the stock has come all the way back. What do? Do I break even? Well, the only reason I'm not selling is because I think the news is pretty important, and I think the revenue and all this stuff is going to work out for this company. So I'll put it on the shelf. There's no reason to sell it down to 70 cents. There's no reason to sell it down. The company just got the approvals from the government. So what's the rush? If it was something that didn't have much more information than that, then I would definitely move to the sidelines, break even, and move along. And you're more than welcome. If you did, anyone who's followed me in this name, you own it below $1. If you're not happy, you can move along. I can't guarantee they're going to go up thanks to the criminals. But that stock should have been 100%. That stock should have been somewhere between $2 and $3 on that news. Now it's going to do the slow march up, and institutions will start buying it, and it'll march up slowly. That's how it goes until it starts to run. And if you go back and look, MLSS is just the same type of stock as WULF, Wolf. Bitcoin was going up and it never moved. It never moved. It never moved. I was like scratching my head. And then one day it just jumped from 2 to 4, which case we all got out, it pulled back down, then it went to 9. So that's how these things, it's a delayed reaction. Those are stocks that don't have the massive short positions in it, but they have those trading patterns that you get to see.
Sleepyhead.
What is it?
I bought 500 shares of Finger yesterday. I put it in at 197, bought it at
194.50.
1.9692.
How do you get change from that? Can anyone ever tell me? That number is it's just a disgrace that they have these numbers. And when you get a price like that, that means that they can shorted it to you. Because that's not another investor selling it to you. I have someone that's been buying Finger. They've been buying it for a while, and they buy like either 1,000 or 1,500 or 2,000 every day. They keep doing it. They keep doing it. That's the way they play. They do it all the time, and they just keep acquiring it. And someone said to me, "Why don't you make your friend just go buy it at the market and push it up?" Well, my friend's in the business for himself. He's not in the business for us. And you know what? His average price. He's thrilled. He's getting it at a great price. He's not moving the markets.
Wow.
What?
Annette Moore has her Finger position up to 25,000 shares. Amazing.
Well, people like this, I just want to let you know that, I'm going to do everything in my power to carry these fuckers out for everybody, because it will change. Those people's lives are going to change in a big way. When this thing starts running, that gentleman is going to make $250,000 every dollar. Think about that. And the only thing holding him back right now is the SEC. The company is on our side. The company's going to do what they have to do. So we got that locked down. We need the President of the United States to speak up, which we're hearing he's going to. The SEC has been running interference, but they're going to be out of the game soon. So everything's in our favor. The only thing that didn't happen that I really wanted to happen was Pat Byrne to step in. But the gentleman is sick, obviously, and you can see it for yourself. He put it on Twitter. He's sending you a message. Pat Byrne usually doesn't do that sort of stuff. I've known him for a long time, and every time he was sick, he didn't come out and tell us he was sick. He would say it afterwards. I'm sorry, I was, I was in the hospital. He would say it down the road. He took a video of him in the hospital describing the hospital that he's in. So it's obviously more serious than he's letting on. But he's never said that before. This is the first time he's actually said it while he was in the hospital. So
we all have it coming, kid.
I hope all works out for him.
No real questions, but Skinny, tell me what you think of Mark Rubio.
That's not.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking Skinny. She can type it.
Oh.
She lives in Florida.
All right. He looks like a good guy. I don't know. He sounds like a good guy.
He's not my favorite pick. We're going to be at war all over the effing place. But I guess it's inevitable. So do you want to talk about that Chinese banker that
that's going to be hung, shot, killed?
Wong? He's going to be Wong. He's going to be Bill Wong.
I wanted people
Wong.
to understand something. I just want to get the proper names of them. Hold on 1 second. Give me a second, William.
Be Bill Huang.
I want to talk about Brad Hare, Hare, Mammoth West Corporation. He SEC charges convertible note dealer and its owner for failure to register as a broker-dealer. These SEC charges convertible note dealer and its owner for failure to deliver. Change the name. Brad Hare is Jeff Easton.
Are you sure? Oh, I was taking you seriously.
Oh, Jeff Easton is the same character. He's an unregistered broker-dealer. They're not registered because they don't want anybody to know what they're doing. Because if you want to register, you have to show your cards. All right?
They never say who buys the shit they sell.
Right. So anyway, this guy, between 2018 and 2024, they bought at least 47 convertible notes, submitted nearly 100 conversion notices, and converted those notes on 19 different microcap issuers into 11 billion newly issued shares of stock.
It's very normal. Very normal.
Wait. They issued 11 billion new shares of stock at a large discount from the market price. They made a statement, a large discount.
No problem with that, SEC. No problem with that, Gary Gensler.
So this little thug destroyed 19 companies. And the SEC let them use a loophole to do it. Think about that. That's what they did. The SEC is allowing that. And for people that sit there and say, you guys pick losers, you do this. We can't, you know how hard it is to fight against these criminals? We're trying to find stocks that are being under attack and highlight them and catch them when they turn. Because when you do catch a naked short in stock and it turns, it's quite rewarding when you do get it. That's why we're here. All right? If I wanted to pick stock that wanted to work every day without fraud around it, you can go play NVIDIA, Peloton, you can play Peloton, Costco, American Express, Disney, go play those names.
Yeah.
Good luck. Go figure those out. And you know what? It's a different game. We're here to play using small money. Now, the gentleman that's long 250,000 shares, let's say his average price is 3. He's in for 600,000, a little bit more, 700, whatever it is. Okay. When this thing goes up $50, $100, think of the millions he's going to be making on $700,000 invested. And he's actually going to change his life. And I applaud him for that, and I would do everything in my power to try to help him get to that point. And for the woman that's long 25,000, I feel the same. And I feel the same thing for people that own 1,000 shares. And, you know, we have to keep fighting because, again, I read something the other day. A woman in Ireland was here protesting because she said she's here to protect her family, her kids, and her grandkids. And I've always said the same thing. Now, she's fighting for her country because they're being invaded by all the migrants. But we're fighting for financial freedom here to get rid of these creatures. And these creatures should be gone. We went to the FBI, the Secret Service, the DOJ. I don't even know where else to go. We had people who knew the guy Graywall, who was the head of enforcement, who recently quit. We knew people that knew him. And we got messages to him. We got messages to Donald Trump. We got messages to Devin Nunes. You know, Pat Byrne. Everybody knows. I just don't understand who's going to pull the trigger on this. And I can't believe the brokerage firms have any say in this whole thing because they don't deserve it. because they're part of the problem. Jeffries, PIRT, all these people. Goldman Sachs, Interactive Brokers, their stocks continue to go up. And all they do is rob everybody. They all have violations. They all have this. And all they do is, oh, we forgot we had no system in place. We were sorry about that mistake. We sold 10 million shares. We mismarked the tickets. I've never seen anything like this. Their stocks keep going up. If our companies ever do one thing wrong, you get wiped out. These guys get violations and they just keep moving forward. Interactive Brokers got busted for naked short selling. His stock went from $70. It made a new high the other day, 190, 193, the new 52-week high. Keeps going up. Goldman Sachs was high as 6 something the other day. It's 603. Donald Trump won the election. His stock went from $57 to $30. How's that? How is it not helping his stock? And I told you before, the more they fuck with him, the better it is for all of us here. So if you're on Twitter, copy Donald Trump, real Donald Trump. Just go at real Donald Trump. Tell him your concerns. Tell him what you wanted to do. They have people reading his posts, our posts on Twitter. Keep addressing him. Let him know. And William, the CEO of Finger Motion, said everything looks like he's going to be ready to go mid-December. Waiting for the audit to be complete. The audit gets complete. They go after the dividend. We'll all get to see it. And then they'll get to give us the record date and we're off to the races. Again, today is what, the 28th, William? Today's the 28th?
I don't think so. I think it's the 27th.
The 27th. So after this weekend, when we come back on Friday, say half a day. Next week, we're at December 2nd. That's 10 days before to the 16th is the 3rd week in December. So 10 days will be gone, you know. We'll be at the 13th, after the next week, 2 weeks. I mean, that's how fast time is moving on. Listen, we went through the election. Remember, I put up the countdown every day? We won the election. Now we have our people in power, which is phenomenal. Now we need our guy to say something. All he has to say is that anyone caught naked short selling will go to jail. End the conversation. And there'll be RICO charges and end the conversation. You're going to jail. It's counterfeiting. Someone put up a story today, I think it was Big RJ, R3, whatever his name is. He said that they caught someone had 3,000 fake guitars, Gibson guitars, very famous guitar maker. Someone made counterfeit guitars or something like that. They all got arrested. 3,000 guitars. What are they? Even if they're $1,000 a guitar, doesn't equate to what they're doing in the stock market. Counterfeit shares every day. Look at the fails to deliver in the treasury market. It was off the chart. It went up again. How could there be so many settlement failures in the treasury market? You tell me what's going on there. It's everywhere. All these markets are run by the brokerage firms, and it's all slanted in the favor of them and the hedge funds to take and game the system, and that's what they've been doing. And you may not think much about it, but these guys steal pennies everywhere. That's all they're doing. All these big hedge funds that you think are wonderful are somehow all playing, trying to skirt the issues of the law. And their fancy lawyers that go to that conference next week, okay, are the ones that are getting the tips from the SEC. Because Williams always said to me, boy, these guys just sell and they do it without any fear. That's because the lawyers are getting interference, getting calls from the SEC saying, hey, relax, we'll let you know when they're going to come after you. So it's nice that the police are tipping off the criminals. And that's what we're dealing with that also. So it's coming. And I think Trump knows about it. I know Devin Nunes knows all about it. I don't know how he hasn't put it out in words yet. Maybe when he announces the replacement for Gensler, that's when we get it. But the days are disappearing too. He's coming on the 20th, right, of January. And you can always make your decision. You want to join Jeff Easton's side, or you want to join our side? All the money in the world couldn't get me to short this stock, pick a motion. Even if I thought there's a chance. Jeff Easton, there's no way. He's going down. He's a piker. He's a lowlife, nothing on the scale. He's on the real market participants, this guy's like a 1 or a 2. He has no weight. He's just a fraudster, and you just follow the money. All his profits that he's stealing are going where? To his guy in Australia, Hancock. See, I remember his name finally.
Pretty good.
Right? That's pretty good. That's my MLSS. I'm still in the same spot. I'm up 1 penny, everyone. How's that? I'm profitable at 1 penny. What a trade. So there it is. We hit the news right on the nose. Big contract. Everything is great. I'm up 1 penny. Welcome to Wall Street. How many times do people say that? Oh, you didn't get it right. Well, I can't control what's going to happen with the stock. So we just try to get for the news, and hopefully the news is good. I think the news is very good, so I'm going to sit pat. If it was a shitty story or some upgrade or nonsense, I probably would have moved on. But this story seems pretty. I know everyone who goes to the hospital to have a baby gets an epidural to relieve the pain. And wouldn't it be nice to have a shot that is precise where it's supposed to be in your spine? Again, this is not a shot in your arm. This is a shot in your spine. And if it's not done properly, there's all types of, what do you call it? What's the word I'm thinking? There's all types of problems associated with it when you don't have the right. Side effects, excuse me, yes. Does anyone have any questions? Let's go. This is a slow-moving crowd.
It's a slow week. I skipped a question up here. Elon is hinting that the SEC might be wiped out. What would that mean?
That's everything that's coming down the pipe. It's just what we want to hear. Do I need to post what Elon says about short sellers? Everybody knows he hates short sellers. It's pretty common, right?
Yeah.
Listen, everyone keeps getting. I think this girl Stephanie May's 22. She just said hedge funds buy our orders from the brokers. Listen, everyone. Don't get stuck on the payment for order flow nonsense. Do you really care who sells you your stock? No. When you go to buy it, someone has to sell it, right? The problem is that the people that are selling it, they're paying for the order flow, for the right to short it, whatever they're doing. The key is that you must settle the trades. I do not care if the man on the moon sells me my stock. But when I pay for it, someone needs to settle it and send the security to match my position. That's the game. Don't get caught up in the payment for order flow. That's the press changing the story. Payment for order flow is not going to make your stock go up. It just doesn't work. Stock settlement does. These guys want to take the other side of a bet. They're more than welcome. But that trade bet is settled. You can't have people taking the other side of a bet, selling stuff, and never delivering it. That's like going to casino and you just hit you just put 100 on 25 red, and you win $3,500. And the casino saying, hey, we're going to pay you later. We got to wait for some people to lose so we can get some money for you. That's not how it works. You can't play the game if you can't afford to play. If you're short, you need to get delivery, and it needs to be settled. End the conversation. All this other stuff is just blowing smoke up your ass. And retail investors are getting stuck on this payment for order flow. I don't care if Virtue or Citadel shorts my stocks, but they better deliver them. They better settle it. Watch how fast they stop selling, stop trading when they have to settle the trades. When they have to settle the trades, Citadel will be gone, Virtue will be pennies, because it's a public company. That the brokerage firms will all start to take big hits on it, because that's where they make all their money. Stock loan, Pat Byrne told you that, right, William? 75%, right?
Yeah.
That's where all the money's made, on the short side. What else we got, William?
Kit says GDC is the one to shock big soon. Watch for pre-market million share volume. I'm adding before that happens. Root was the example Ham gave us.
Well, I know people that are in GDC pretty heavy. If someone gives me a heads up, I'll tell you about it. But I haven't heard anything the last week and a half. I did hear it when the stock took off from $1 and it went to 12. There was a voice that called me up and says, "Hey, shithead, sell your position." I said, "Okay, thank you," and I did. That's what I told you. That was my own voice telling me. So I got lucky. I bought it. It went down. I averaged down, and it took off, and I caught it perfect. I didn't stay to 12. I sold it in the $7 to $8 range, and I went away. And I told everyone that was the easy money. So for the gentleman that's playing GDC now, that has no idea about anything about GDC.
He didn't say that, but
No. I'm not saying I don't know anything about GDC, and I know people own it. And I'm just trying to tell you that when you don't know the story, what's behind
you
it,
can get shaken out.
I just don't. To me, that's the whole thing. In finger motion, we know every gory detail. So if you think you want to drift and go find something else to play, knock yourself out. But I can't answer those questions because I don't know anything. I knew we had to be in it before. I knew that once the stock hit 12 and it started to collapse, I told you professional people were starting to buy it back. They started at 550 all the way back down. I don't know what they're doing. I don't really care. And I can see when it's going to turn. If I get a heads up, I'll tell you. Not, I don't know. Again, I'm not a believer in chasing my tail all over the place.
Is 230 a big number for finger?
Is 230 a big number for finger? You talk about the time or the price?
Will Jeff Easton have enough money for margin if the stock
No,
goes
Jeff
past
Easton does
230?
not have enough money. And you could sit there and say, why? How do you know that? Well, you're so smart if you know that. Well, the stock went to 240. How fast did they knock it down back to 2? Right? The next day, it was on a Friday. We traded up to 239. They closed it at 227. Remember, they marked it down. And on Monday, it attacked at 227, right back down to 205. I think that's your sign that someone has a problem with $2.30. I don't need Jeff Easton to tell me. I don't need his mother to tell me. I can see it right then and there.
Don't
And I
turn.
hope that everybody on the phone can see it. You just go look at that day. Stock traded up to 239. They closed it at 227. Monday opened up and they drove it straight down. They want no momentum. They want nothing to do with those numbers. That level is deadly. And guess what, people? That number is going to drop to 225 next week. And you said, how could you drop it that much? Well, they pay money every day to keep that position alive. Now, the real short, the naked short, at $3.80, doesn't drop as much. They do have a cost to carry, but they are not selling as much down at the lower level. So that's coming down, but not as fast as the other one.
Coming down fast, but I'm miles above you.
Remember all these other stocks that you follow, whether it's DJT or GameStop or whatever it may be, or Wolf, There are many, many short sellers in all those names. Finger Motion only has one, and it's the same person. Jeff Easton, and Jeff Easton is controlling the real short also. So we'll use that. That account could be under his mother's name. They tried to come out, throw another 100,000 shares on it, try to knock the stock down. When that didn't work, they bought it back. So they tried their attempt at the bear rate, trying to kill the stock, even shorting more. They came out and told you, we're shorting another 100,000 shares. Well, that didn't work. So what did they do? They covered it. People said, we never saw them cover it. We always tell you they don't cover it. The real short covers it by buying it from the naked short. Those are the wash trades we talk about all the time. So let's say they crossed 100,000 shares. They crossed it at $2. The naked short sold it to the real short. The real short is now covered his position. He can return the shares that he borrowed, and his position goes down, but the naked short position goes up by 100,000. They don't care what's going to happen with the naked short. They're going to let that blow up, and whoever's in charge of it will go to jail because they don't have any money to buy it back. That is correct. William?
Yeah, I'm here. There's no questions. I mean, it's.
You would be the worst TV host. If you were Johnny Carson, you'd be looking at the corner smoking a cigarette. You got to keep the game going, keep the ball moving.
So what about your health?
My who?
Your health.
Well, today I went on a machine.
How about Dr. Vinny Boom Bots? Vinny Boom
No,
Bots.
my doctor is Dr. Nick from The Simpsons. Doctor.
I like the doctor on Family Guy. Complete idiot.
Oh, the big guy. Yeah, I know him. He's okay. I'm thinking of a Family Guy. Yes, I watched that too. But I'm looking at.
Talat's wondering how long will they hold finger down until the company comes out with great news. Guys, news, unless it's just a shock to the system, news just doesn't matter. It's the dynamics behind the scene. We run out of buying pressure. They sell every single day. And at some point it comes undone. I do think the news one finger goes into the, I sound like a broken record, but when it goes into positive earnings and you can project repeatable growth in earnings going forward, it's a whole new ball game. And that could be this third quarter report, which is our fourth quarter, or their fourth quarter report, more likely, which is our first quarter.
Well, it's coming up. Whatever's happening is coming to an end. The company has withstood the attacks of the short sellers. The short sellers' goal was to knock this stock out before it does anything. Well, the company survived, and now they have a real problem because it's coming to a head. They're not selling it down to zero like people say, oh, the shorts are going to sell it to zero. If they thought they could win, why would you sell it to zero, let it go higher, and just basically abuse everybody? But they can't. Any momentum to the upside, and this thing gets run over. And then you can say to me, why don't you get your friends and run them over? Listen, this stock is going to do it by itself. I tell my friends to accumulation every day. So even if they bought 500 shares a day, 2,500 a week, 10,000 a month. That's how professionals keep acquiring it. The more money you have, the bigger you can play. You don't have to buy it all at the same time. People, I know one guy who buys 3,000 shares a day. Okay, I think he stopped, but he's been buying it for a while. And he buys one in the morning, one at lunch, and one in the afternoon. He try to get an average price on it. But it's funny that the whole thing, his average has always been between 2 and 220 for like 6 months. So I'm sure his position is down here somewhere. And there's people that paid high. I know my friend, and for those who think they paid high, all right? My friend bought $3 million worth. What the hell did he buy? I forgot. Or $5 million worth, he paid $10 for it. That's right. He gave the company the money, and he, I think it was $3 million. I'm sorry about that. So I think it was 300,000 shares he got at 10. And he paid $10, and he's still here. Paid 10. So when you think you paid high, my friend paid 10. And he gave him the money so they could pay off Lynn to pay off Lynn to get rid of him. And that's how we know about Lynn. How's that one? Big money people get the scoop and hear what's going on. And if you just look at the stock, it's Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving. The market is absolutely dead. We traded 58,000 shares. How many shares traded in the beginning of the day? 30-something thousand. We've done nothing for hours. After the opening, we've done zero for hours. This is how you know that they washed something. And give me 1 second. Let me see exactly what they did here. So this morning, when the stock opened up, we traded almost 25,000 shares within the first couple of minutes, and the stock went. It was between 194, 197. They crossed all the trades. All the trades were crossed at the lower part. And the stock has just been drifting all the way down since. Drifting. It's always a down tick. And it just keeps, nothing's going on. They did all their wash trades in the morning. And guess what they do on the close? They come back again and try to mark it down again. But they're running out of time. There's no room anymore. And people will realize it, and people will come and get them. What else we got, Blaine?
A lot of people own a lot of the stock.
What stock?
Finger.
Oh.
Didn't Finger promise not to dilute in 2004? When do we have to start worrying about a possibility of a shelf offering? Look,
Wait. Whoever's saying that, who knows the term is shelf offering? Boy, they really know so the company has raised some small money from their friends and families, so they're not diluting. They had a shelf offering. Obviously, that person knew about it, but that has expired and gone away. So there is no possibility of a shelf offering. So that is gone. So the company is doing everything in its power to help you. But for some reason, you're trying to tell us that the company's trying to hurt us. Well, that is completely wrong. Completely wrong. And the CEO will tell you that. Now, the company always has to be on the look for capital, because who knows what deals they have that they need to fund. If you would open up a Dunkin' Donuts coffee shop, you need to buy the franchise, you need to get the store, you need to build it out. It takes money and capital. But for some reason, people think that it's all for free. Well, Finger Motion has done 90% of their work just on the back of the Chinese government. Okay? It would be nice if the stock and the SEC would buy in the shorts, where the company can come out and raise $1 billion like GameStop. Okay? And people have to understand that GameStop is the luckiest stock of all time, because the company was able to raise billions of dollars off the backs of the shorts. And I would guarantee you probably, I'm 90% sure that this guy's going to raise more money again, because there's no reason for him to be in the short squeeze stock forever. The CEO is going to probably raise another $1 billion. Why not? Take the money, go buy Bitcoin with it. Who cares? He doesn't have to worry about being in the short squeeze stock forever. That's not a business. That's not a viable business for the long term. You get your short squeeze, you raise your money, and go about your day. But for some reason, the shareholders just want to keep pushing that stock, which is okay with me. I could care less. But I would tell you, if you did own it, sell it and go buy cheap calls, and don't turn that stock from a $31 stock back down to a 20. But if you want to always be in it, you can go buy calls, and you don't have to worry about losing your money on the stock side. Take your profit and you buy calls. And you're nice and safe. Since I don't believe in diamond hands. All I know is I look on Twitter, people are suing people left and right for naked short selling. You saw West Christian, they actually got a approval for a case to keep moving against spoofing and washing trades. I think it's spoofing, West Christian. So, so things are going in the favor for us. How long is it taken for the court system to allow people to move forward? Everything is about hiding. Once you get discovery, the game's over with, right? So imagine, let's talk about Jeff Easton for a second. Jeff Easton, he's sitting here, and everyone thinks that he's, the big angel. I don't know. Jeff Easton should come out and say, hey, SEC, come to my office. Grill everybody in my office. We don't do this at all. Go look at all the wire transfers we make. Where'd you get the money from? I don't know, but we didn't do anything wrong. Right? He's welcome to come to the law enforcement conference next week in D.C. Stand next to the truck with a megaphone and tell everybody that it's not him. Maybe he can tell us, give up who was doing it for him. Right? That's what he should do. He should come to D.C. with a megaphone, stand next to the truck, and say, hey, I'm Jeff Easton. I don't naked short. But this guy, Tony Rocky Horror, he's the one that does it. He's good friends with Andrew Left. They do it for me, and they give me 30% of everything we steal. That's what he should do. This way he doesn't go to jail for a long time, and he gives up somebody else. Or he can come down there and say, hey, this is me. Can you lock me up already? I had enough. It's one or the other. But all roads lead back to Jeff Easton and his buddies. We got late breaking news here, William. MLSS, it's 102 to 103. I am officially in the black. How's that?
Somebody said to tell you not to turn a winning trade into a loser.
You know what? I agree with that. And I just gave you my reasoning why I won't, and that I'm not selling the stock. It's because I believe I think the trend is our friend, and I think it's going higher. I agree with you 1,000%. If I had a stock like GameStop that went from $22 to $31, trust me, you don't need to tell me to get out. You're talking about a stock that's going to have a short squeeze that has 15 short squeezes already. You want more? And the company's been selling stock to the shorts. At some point, the longs are going to sit there and say, yeah, let me take some profits or whatever, and the stock will drift. But, hey, if you're long and you wanted to go to the moon, God bless you. Good luck. Remember, hedge funds are helping the retail investor in that name. Once they give up on it, that's when the things collapse. Or you got Roaring Kitty. He's the guy. Once you ask Roaring Kitty about GameStop, and he knows it all. What else we got, William?
Why did the CEO come to New York? He was going to a conference where he talked about Finger and he met with potential investors. Are you upset that your childhood girlfriend Yellen is leaving?
Not mine. That's Williams. I'm not a Fed watcher. You got the wrong guy.
Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of shills here. It's intriguing to me that the shills come on because it doesn't stop him, and it hasn't stopped me, and it just shows that they're getting paid because their paymasters are in trouble. That's all.
Listen, whoever's a shill, I'll get the truck, come to DC, and we'll sit there and you can interview us in person. We would love nothing more for you to come. We will call the FBI and the DOJ and have them come down, and we can sort of hash this out. Tell us why you're here. We'll tell you why we're here. But they never show up. We called that out 50 times.
They don't care.
We've called them out 50 times already. They never showed up.
It's a lot. Wall Street is a numbers game. Unfortunately, love is a numbers game too. That takes all the magic out of it. But it's a numbers game, and so they just figure they come on every stock, and they're going to win. Because they can sell stock they don't own. They make $7.50 every time you say their name. I mean, what a way to make a living. You think Ham had a hard time telling his mother what he did for a living? What do they tell their mother, how they make their living? We're assholes all day long, and we are greedy, and we steal and cheat and lie. It's a
They're just criminals. They do it to all the stocks. You can go to Wolf. Listen, if you ever wanted to see the attack by the criminals, go look at the attack that they went after Peloton. That was a company that was state-of-the-art, revolutionizing working out. Everyone was crazed about riding their bikes, joining the classes. They expanded to this, to that. And then some poor baby got killed because the parents put the baby on the back of their treadmill, whatever had happened. And the company got destroyed over that. Every day, the short sellers, including Andrew Leff, wrote negative stories about Peloton. And the stock squeezed, and it just squeezed, and it went from wherever it was, $9 to $200, $250 before. But that stock crushed them all. But I'm telling you, every day there was a story bashing that company. Every day. And all they wanted to do was kill a company selling bicycles and having people people were like a cult. They would ride in their bikes. They'd go to classes together. I don't see what the negative thing. What was the big thing about killing this company? It didn't mean anything. They just killed it. The company laid off people, shut down productions. The whole company basically came to a crawl because of what these people did, and that was Peloton. Nothing to do with Finger Motion. I'm giving you Peloton. They did the same thing to Taser. I don't know if anybody knows what Taser is. It was a company that made tasers for the police department. The shorts wrote negative stories about tasers, how it was not you weren't allowed to do this, you're hurting people. Instead of shooting you, they were going to tase you. All the police departments were buying it. There was so many negative stories about it, and they went after them because they were short the stock. Jim Chanos went after DaVita, DVA. They make they're a kidney dialysis company, but basically owned by Warren Buffett. He called it a security fraud. Why? Because he was short, couldn't get out. He tried to knock it down, it didn't work. It did work. He covered it, went down a couple points. He covered it probably, then the stock rallied to $150. Jim Chanos quit the business. Not one word was ever said that the company was a fraud. Warren Buffett owned it, nothing. Just shows you they'll do anything to save their ass. And when you yell fire in a movie theater, guess what? People panic. And that's what they do on the short side. The companies are fraud. They're doing it to NVIDIA. Now, I don't know anything about NVIDIA. I would only tell you that if you own NVIDIA and you make up a lot of money, you have to be a bird brain to still be standing there. Right, so the shorts realize people aren't selling, so they have to fabricate a story and call the company that's been one of the greatest runs in a long time a complete fraud, and now they're attaching it to every other company out there, blah, blah, blah. Isn't that funny? The company they're attaching the video to, I forget the symbol, SMGI maybe, I can't remember. The stock got crushed when they couldn't meet their financials in time. Everyone's talking about it. But all of a sudden now it's 10% of NVIDIA's volume, and NVIDIA's getting dragged into this fray with this other company who they were doing business with or whatever, right? And what did I tell you about finger motion? Big companies don't like to do business with smaller companies because everyone's always afraid of fraudulent activity, right? Well, the fraudulent activity came in with a customer of NVIDIA's. Now, NVIDIA gets dragged into the mud because of their customer. Finger motion has the same deal with their partners. Munich Re, Pacific Life Free, AIZ, China Mobile, China Yukon, the Chinese government, all those players, they're all attached to finger motion. So if finger motion does anything wrong, it can hurt all those clients. And that's why finger motion is meticulous. They move slow, and they make sure everything is precise. Because look at the damage it can hurt all those relationships if they do anything wrong. And that's something that the short sellers can't do anything about, because finger motion is their main source of income is from China, and these guys can't get to China to tell them to get rid of them. Pat Byrne had that problem with the short sellers in Overstock, where they went after his supply chain guys trying to disrupt his business. He said that many times. So the short sellers call up, they spread stories trying to get the stock to go down because there's supply chain and things like that. Right? That's what they keep saying. They do anything to get the stock to go lower. And you would do the same thing if you were short. Fuck these guys. Knock the stock down. Spread a story. Anything you want to say. Just get it out there. That's what these guys do.
You don't know anything about crypto, right?
No.
This guy, everybody has a lot of shares of Finger. We've got a.
Well, listen, everybody. Listen, it's wonderful that you're long. I just don't like you to talk about it. The shorts are here. I don't want them to know what anybody has. They know your name. They know they'll know who you are on Twitter. You don't need to say anything. Keep it to yourself. There's no reason to show our cards to anybody.
Do you know Paul S. Atkins? He's going to be the head of the SEC, apparently.
I don't know who that is. Who is he?
I've never heard of him. Never heard of him.
I hit it up. Paul Atkins is a New Zealand former rugby league footballer. Is that the guy?
Yeah, that must
Paul
be.
Atkins.
That's the one.
There it is now. He's not a football player. Paul Atkins emerges lead candidate for SEC chair. It's on Cointelegraph.
So he's a coin.
Paul Atkins, a former SEC commissioner, could lead a more crypto-friendly regulatory era.
He's the former commissioner of the SEC. So I guess he didn't do a great job last time. MMTLP is not going to settle. If you own MMTLP, you've got to move it to next bridge. MMTLP is not going to settle. Not in your lifetime. Not in your financial lifetime.
What was that? What were you saying? They're going to settle it, you said?
No, it's just some kid here is asking. Everybody asks, when is MMTLP going to settle? Look, the last trade The last earnings report, which I read out to you guys, they estimated the last stock exchange where they acquired a property was at 18 cents a share. Do you think the lawyers on the other side are going to allow a big settlement if you hang on to a worthless piece of crap, which is not even an existent stock, called MMTLP, or it might be called NextBridge? It's nothing. It's nothing. You've got to move it to the transfer agent and get the real shares for a chance to make money.
You'll get compensated either way. So what's the difference?
Yeah, you get exactly. But anyway, it's up to you. If you want to just, it's the oddest thing. I think I was talking to him this morning. We all do it. We're not trying to ace trading in stock XYZ. We're trying to make money. So if you invest in XYZ, it goes up, you make money, great. If you invest in XYZ and it goes down, you're not stuck in XYZ for the rest of your bleeding financial life because you've got to make money in XYZ. You can take a loss. You can trade it up and down. You can set it aside and make other trades. The opportunities are nearly infinite. You don't have to just bury yourself in one name. And that applies to things like GME. Everybody's getting back in. Oh my gosh, it's $31. I think a good idea would be to swap out of GME's some of your shares and go into DJT. At least DJT has some freshness to it. Anyway.
It has freshness. It has the president of the United States owns it.
That's when Homer Simpson went to the restaurant with his family and the sommelier came over. He gave him the menu and he said, "That's all right. I don't need to see it. Just bring us your freshest bottle of wine." Homer the goober.
Listen, GameStop, again, it's been nothing but great for investors. But there's got to be a time where you got to say, you know what?
Oh, God.
This stock is getting long in the tooth. And I do believe Wall Street short sellers are, have moved to the side a long time ago. There's people playing it. Don't get me wrong. You get your day traders. Guys want to go out there and short 10,000 shares and try to attack it, knock it down using naked shorts. They do that. But I don't think you're getting that. Sell it at all costs down like they were doing in the beginning at $3.75. That's over.
What's your stupid handle on stupid Twitter? 59591 shorts.
Yeah, something stupid. Yeah, I'm sorry, but there were no numbers. When I got booted off for the fourth time, I've had enough of this.
I can't remember it.
Here, it's ham, HAM, 59591 shorts.
Yeah, @ham 59591 shorts.
You'll know it's me as soon as you get to the page. So here's that fucking nut job.
Yeah, he's the one that writes like Hemingway.
I put up
without verbs.
I put up a friend of mine just dropped off a big Sicilian pie from Spumoni Gardens, William. I put it up there.
That's good. So Trump seems focused on crypto. We haven't heard about naked shorts from him yet.
I know. He said, I told you what I heard. Devin Nunes's crowd speaks to people that we know. And they say the word is he's going to say something. And that's why William, both of us think that the move is sell GameStop by that one.
Or sell some of it. Just do something. Aren't you tired of being in GameStop for 5 years?
Someone just put a photo up.
It's up 84 cents though today, so I guess my timing is wrong.
Wait, someone put a photo of Welcome Thanksgiving on the 405 freeway in LA. People actually do this every day, drive on the roads like this. They show the photo of the traffic. It's unbelievable. No wonder that stupid state is so cockeyed. Look at all the traffic. People must be retarded sitting in their cars all day with the carbon monoxide. Unbelievable.
30 tech founders were secretly debanked by Biden. I don't know what debanked means. They can't do.
You can't use the bank.
They can't have a bank account.
All right, wait, hold on a second. Hold on.
Do I have to?
My daughter was just leaving with the baby, so I had to say goodbye. Going to the in-laws for Thanksgiving.
Cute little bambino.
Yeah. I'll teach him how to say fuck you, Jeff Easton.
He'll be in therapy for the rest of his life over that one.
It's so funny. I've been talking about naked short sellers. I remember going, when my kids were real small, going to Paradise Island. And I don't know, most people won't realize this, but the hotel in Paradise Islands, which is now what the hell is it called? I stayed in Dubai. It used to be owned by Merv Griffin. Hold on a second. I'm sorry, it's called the Atlantis. And it was Merv Griffin owned it back in the day, 100 years ago. And I remember being at the pool, and all I was getting phone calls about was naked short selling. And of course, it ruined my vacation because all I did was talk on the phone about what the hell's naked short selling. Just like we're doing now. That was 24 years ago. Soon to be 25, but let's not forget. Let's not forget my anniversary.
It was 34 years ago today, 27 years ago today, Sgt. Pepper's band began to play.
But just think about Jeff Easton. He's probably sitting there saying, Ada, of all the retards in the world that had to bump into this guy's brain dead. He doesn't stop. No, that's unfortunate, but that's what he's got. He's got me. And I'm not stopping. And like I said, if it wants to get rough and tumble, so do my friends want to get rough and tumble also. They want to roll around in the mud with you. So anytime you want to come and play that game, we're willing to do it too. Which I know they won't.
If I leave here tomorrow. All right, so everything's green on my screen. 5 stocks, they're all green. GME, MLSS, Kodiak, ZJYL.
Listen, MLSS, can we just get it off the table now? It's a winner.
It's a wiener.
It's a winner, everybody. That's it. I own it. We don't have to talk about it. You know exactly what I know. If I hear any more, I will let you know. But the company got tremendous fundamental news. I paid 101. I don't think anyone paid higher than me. Went straight down. So if you want to stay, you stay. You want to go, that's your business. The news is on the tape. I'm reading the same shit you are. So MLSS, I'm only going to talk about it and fun. Otherwise, I don't really care anymore.
Yeah, I've been red 2 years.
So, that's off the table. Kodak is in play. I don't know how they don't come out and just slap these guys dead, but that's what they should do. It's a massive short in this name also. I talked about Root, how they cover. You see them drive it up to 110. Today they broke it below 100 again on 500,000 shares. The problem is, when is it going to turn and go back up again? This is a short trying to cover this stock. This is what it looks like. You're getting 8-point, 10-point swings in the names like this every day now. It's too dangerous. So I would never tell you to play it because it's very dangerous. I like to buy things that are going sideways.
I like to overpay.
What do you like to overpay?
I always do.
Everyone likes to do a little something different. Wade likes to overpay, which is okay with me.
Hell, anything in this market, they always sell it every single day. There's never
Right.
there's never a stock that just, in the small area anyway. I guess Nvidia is an exception, but there's never a stock that just goes up every day, week after week after week anymore. I'm telling you guys, that one that he told you about that he just took off the chart, MLSS, that news with that approval, there was a time that stock would be $80. Today it'd be up 120. It could be 160 before, and it just, and everyone would be talking about it. Wow, did you see that? Nothing now.
Well,
Just
the one
nothing.
thing, William, we talked about with this stock is the company now, we told you what the numbers are. I heard yesterday they get $200 a shot. They administer 11 million shots a year, every year. Just do the math. It's right there. This is a monster. You can take away whatever that number is, take away 50%. Let's say they make $100 clear on each shot. How much money this is that they're going to be making now?
Is that
No
a
one
billion?
seems to care. What?
$1 billion a year?
Yeah, that's what that is.
Give it a
$11
multiple. I don't know if
million.
it's growing, but give it a multiple of 7. That's 7 billion a year. How many shares are outstanding?
I think it's a very small company.
I'll go look it up. But there's no analyst out there doing that analysis.
So there's going to have to be a company's going to have an IR guy, knock on doors, set up meetings for the company, and he has to go tell the story.
77 million shares out. It's 78. So let's say they do 7.8 billion a year in profit. Guys, that stock is cheap right now. And that's without a multiple.
Right.
Once it gets above whatever the trigger number, $5 or $10 a share, institutions will pile in and the criminals won't have a chance anymore.
That's exactly right. They'll lose control, which they're going to. That's what's going to happen. Once they lose control, the stocks just melt up. There you go. The stock will just keep melting up, and that'll be the end of it.
Your grandchild needs his diapers changed.
Yeah. We're doing okay. Everything's okay here. He took that as a diaper before and just pissed in the middle of the floor. That was his way of saying, stop with the naked short selling. I can't stand it anymore. People, you're okay? Everybody out there in Wonderland, you're okay?
They're okay. They're all tired from eating too much turkey.
Well, I just had a...
Thanks, Captain and Sunil.
I just had the pizza. I put it up on Twitter. I said that the pie that I just had delivered is basically all gone already. We ate it all. And that's where I wanted to take you when you came to New York the other day, but I didn't have the chance.
I didn't see you.
I had therapy. Today I was putting to a machine a treadmill that actually they wrap they put me sort of in a suit, and they put air into it, and it decreases my body weight from 180 to like 110 pounds, and you can start to jog on it without using your heavy weight. And I learned to run a little bit because I haven't been able to run. I could drag my leg around, I can walk, but I can't run. And now I'm trying to learn how to run again because of the knee operation. And that's that.
That was
All right.
fascinating.
It is fascinating. Listen, I'm just going to recap everything and then we'll end it like this. Go, guys, enjoy your holiday. And remember, just look at Patrick Byrne. Got the poor guy. He's a billionaire and a great man. And you can obviously see that he's suffering from some sort of illness. I hope it's not what I think it is. But, you know, people have given up. He's fought hard. Many people in my camp have fought hard, passed away. And to get scumbags like Jeff Houston and this crew standing here abusing us, it's just not going to be tolerated. It's not going to happen. So we do what we have to do to go after them, and that's what it is. All right, but again, these guys are not getting away. Too many good people have fought for us. And listen, there's the gentleman that owns 250 and the woman that owns 25,000 shares. Everyone is doing their part. Obviously, they have a few more dollars than everyone else. But you got to appreciate what they're doing for us. Everyone's helping out. You know, I've told all my friends when they buy it, make sure they get a friend in there. You know, this is an opportunity that most people are never going to have in their life. You guys all hear about GameStop. Everyone's ever heard about it here, right? How many people on this phone were there? That's the question, right? Not many. People who got into GameStop, not many. Let me tell you something. When it started running, not many people were out there buying it at 50 or 100. They all thought that it's going to pull back to earth. That's what we all think. That's how we're all trained to think anyway on Wall Street. I'm trying to show you that how to let it run is the opposite. That's hard to do. How do you let these stocks run? How do you make more money? That's the hard thing. And the way to do it is you sell small pieces if you get in early. Finger motion, I can't say we're in early anymore because we've been here for a little while, but the stock has not moved yet, so that means you are still early. You know, you have to think like that. Stocks like GameStop, even DJT, you know, it ran, you know, from 12 to 57. 12 to 57 is a big move. Now you're in that was the easy money. Now you're in the hard money trade, right? Buying it at 30. Is it going to go? Well, I tend to believe that it's going to go. Why do I think it's going to go? Because you got the most powerful man in the world on our team. That's why. Well, I can only say this. The days are going by super fast. Time is flying by. I have my energy. I'm not going away. William's not going away. The company's not going away. The president's coming in. There's a new administration coming in. We have hope. We know that Donald Trump wants his stock fixed. He wants his money also because we all think he's a greedy pig. Well, if he's a greedy pig, well, then he's going to do the right thing. Kill the shorts, right? So all the Trump haters can sit there and call him a greedy pig. All right, let's see him be greedy. Let's see him do it. You know, if he's going to be a greedy pig, do it for us also. And it helps every American if Donald Trump's a greedy pig here. Everyone, it helps. Anyway, all right, everyone, listen, have a great Thanksgiving. I've said that I can't tell you anymore. You know, if you don't own it, I'll give you my opinion. This is my opinion. If you don't own Finger Motion, I don't care if you own 1 share or 1,000,000 shares, you are brain dead. The information is all here. You know the short seller. You know how big it is. You know the real short. The real short is trying to cover. He tried to sell 100,000 more. He did, trying to knock it down, and he gave up and he covered it already in the same spot. He didn't make any money from it. He lost money on it. And you say, well, he's not really buying it in the open market. We know that. The naked short is the one that's selling it to him. I tell you that. I pointed it out to you all the time. So the short, the naked short, which I stopped adding at $230 million, 230 million shares. There's no reason to add another share. My personal opinion, it's got to be 250. But 250, 230, it's the same stupid number. Why would I raise it up? Let's leave it at 230. We're just going to stay at 230. And one day I'm going to get you the original, I'm going to get you the document up to date. And you're going to say, what the fuck? This thing is 250, 255. And I think that average number of 380, whatever I talk about, I think it's lower. But I'm doing it nice and slow, moving it down. I think that number, if you had to bend my arm, I think it's 350, 355. But I'll stay at 380. It costs almost $60,000 to get the data on the naked short selling side. So for me to get the real-time data, I have to do them a favor. So when I do them a favor, I'll get you the real paperwork. All right? That's how that works. Unless someone wants to lay out $60,000 just to find out that it's, that it's 250 million versus 230, it doesn't make a difference. I'm not going to spend $60,000 for that. And this weekend, I'm going to try to do tomorrow, sitting around watching the football games. I'm going to work out some new slides, and we're going to try to reach out for the truck by Friday, see if it's available for the trade show at that hotel with him. And we'll see if we get that truck out there and we'll give a final goodbye to Gary Gensler and the rest of the thugs up there.
Okay.
All right, MLSS, the winner, chicken dinner. That's what they say, right?
Winner, chicken dinner.
Me and William don't get that big mark against us. It's positive, so that's it. No one
That's
said
your
that
stock,
a winning trade had to be up $100. We could take it up 1 cent, 2 cents, right? That's a winner. We don't need to say more than that. It's just amazing that stocks can come out with great news and it's up a penny. It's unbelievable. And I tried to tell people yesterday, well, you guys don't think it's up 30%. It went down 30% first. So basically in the same spot. All right, everyone. Listen, have a great holiday. Thank you. And we'll see you on Friday.
All right.
William?
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. The short is stock 205. Could be. Please, Zeldin.
Call ended.
I don't know. This team isn't. It's not built for peace. Anyway, there's 6 minutes left. I want to. I guess I can go a little bit further after 3, but I can't go very far after 3. What price to put the? He said $2 to $3. I don't know where he's going to sell. I doubt he'll wait for 3. But next time he talks, we'll ask him. Sounds like it's. I mean, look. You guys can do the arithmetic. $200 a shot. What's the profit? The margin. Call it $50. 11 million. Times 5 is 55 million. Add a 0. $500 million in revenue a year. They got 100 million shares out. If you just give it a multiple of 1, that's $5 a share. It's not that hard to. It's not that hard to see a stock that could go up there. But you're watching the stock price, so your whatever part of the brain that's trapping you is thinking, oh, the system works. The price is telling me something's wrong. And, you're listening to that side. The other side of your brain is saying, hey, the criminals are selling stock they don't own every single day. And you're not able to reconcile the two. Nobody is. Nobody's able to reconcile it. We don't have a stock market. It's a sausage meat machine. You put in the meat, the sausage comes out on Ken Griffin's plate. To that guy that, let's just, oh, it's David. Sorry, it's David. How many ZJYL's below $1? So everybody, please panic. It's going to get delisted. They're going to do a reverse split, and it's just going to go all to hell. Well, didn't you tell us that ZJYL, they did a forward split of 200 for 1? And now you're saying they're going to do a reverse split? No, I'm not saying. I'm being sarcastic. They did a forward split in that stock to get more shares out. And the criminals sell stock every single day, which does not exist. If you figure there's whales trading ZJYL, GDC, and other stocks, and even whales run out of money, there's a stall. But anyway, the current rules on NASDAQ, a company's stock must maintain a minimum bid price of $1 per share. If a company's stock falls below this price for 30 consecutive trading days, it is considered non-compliant and may be delisted. Companies who don't meet the minimum bid price requirement are given 180 calendar days to regain compliance, which is when their lying lawyers and just deceiving financial types come into them and say, hey, I know how you can get above $1. Let's do a reverse. Companies can request an additional 180 days to regain compliance if they can show NASDAQ that they've taken steps to address the issue. Companies can appeal a determination. They can get at the arbitration panel, a hearings panel, they can get an additional 180 days. So, I don't know. Don't know what to tell you. If the stock goes under 1, it's panic city. And I guess that's just what happens. Every stock goes down. They never go up. Everything is viewed from an angle of negativity. Everything is negative. They never work. They're always going down. And that, to me, in normal times anyway, is the sign of a bear market. That's actually the sign of capitulation almost. It's the sign of everything is dark, everything is bleak. And that's usually a good sign that it's going to turn around and become a bull market in small over-the-counter stocks. But we'll find out. Oh, what price? I don't know. That's his stock. I don't know what price you should put it out at. Personally, I would just do it as a trade. If you paid $1, try to get your money out. I mean, you paid what? 80 cents? $1? If it goes to 2 or 3, try to get your original money off the table. I suppose it could squeeze. I don't know anything really about it. Thank you, Donna, for happy Thanksgiving. CJL has more chance of bounce than it looked at 75. I think ZJYL, if it breaks a buck, you know, if it breaks $1, $1.40 is next. $2 is next. If it breaks 210, 280's next. 332. If it breaks that, I think it goes to 7, 10, 11. Who knows? Oh, you didn't see any of that. I think you did. I think you did. Brian, I think that's great. I think the single best thing you can buy, risk reward. There's several great ideas. I think we've given you between 7 and a dozen trading ideas. One stock Ham keeps saying is a trading idea any day now. I'm more convinced it's a bit of an intermediate term investment idea, which is finger. But we've given you a bunch of those. And I personally think Nix is the best risk reward idea out there. Next Trip looks good. Real AI, GDC. You know, that was like ZJYL. GDC went down to 69 cents. Oh, every blah, blah, and it snaps back. No one talks about it. That snapping back is an indication something has changed in the market. And it could run. I'm very glad you bought 1400 NIXX. Yeah, Ken Griffin is a piece of work. You don't have any more cash. GTII was a trade that went from about 9 cents to $4 and something, pulled back under $1, went to 2.20, pulled back under $1, went to 2-ish, pulled back under $1, ran to 8.97. The Kramers were trapped, I think, for $1 billion as their clients. Alpine took over the trades. Alpine was sanctioned at court, whatever. I don't want to go through it all. But in court documents, they said they were deficient because of a large naked short position. Alpine filed lawsuits, bought time. The money up in New York, which works with the hedge funds and hires people like the Kramers. They're not smart enough to figure this out. Every one of these financial groups do the same thing. They hire them. They give them a deal. You go find the CEOs. We'll split the profits 70% to the big guy. You can have 30%. We'll pay for your lawyers. We'll make sure you don't go to jail, and we'll just kill company after company after company. But don't call me. We'll meet when no one's looking. And they do it to hundreds of companies. But I don't know. It's so hard to get that across. The system is completely corrupted. Completely. So though the money up in New York, when the heat was on, there was a special dividend at GTI where a warrant as a special dividend where you could exercise the warrant, buy stock at $2.75. The stock was trading at $8, and Fidelity was. Why do I have to keep repeating this? Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow stock. Wells Fargo took away the buy button. Now, this isn't a laboratory, where you can get beakers, turn on the Bunsen burner, pour a little ammonia in, pour a little some other shit in there and see what happens, and then take a measurement. And if you make a mistake, you clean it all out and you do it again. This is real life. So you can't set it back up. Everyone can have their opinion. They hired Frank Benedetto. COSM did. Paid him money. They hired Lou Bravo, it looks like. He's dead. Oh, you can't talk about someone who's dead. Why? Just because he's dead, he didn't do it? And they bought off Gus Fliakos, or whatever the hell the CEO of COSM is, to lie to you. Hey, we're going to change our name. We're going to change our QSIP. It's going to make us squeeze. Hey, the shorts, we've got 2,000% short position. It's going to squeeze. And the guy out of Boston, Tony out of Boston, pointed out, no, it's not that big. I said it, changing a name and changing a QSIP doesn't make anything happen. I did buy stock in the emotions of it. I bought stock in COSM. And I got out the next day. Or 2 days, whatever. So Frank either didn't know what he was talking about, which I would go with. Frank was just trying to get paid, which I would go with. Or Frank misled you, and I'd also go with that. The CEO of COSM took $35 million out of your pockets and put it in his company. Was there other money behind the scenes to people to do this? Who knows? All I do know, as soon as Lou came out, as soon as they were having calls on the Twitterati spaces, as soon as people were emotionally flooding their money to COSM, a company with contracts. And the stock's in the tank now. COSM did a deal with the shorts. They made money. He made money. Lou made money. Frank made money. Nobody else made money in COSM. Maybe a handful of the earliest players. Nobody else made money. But what happened to GTII is they shorted the FUC out of it. In the span of 2 or 3 days, in addition to our selling, I didn't sell, but into our selling, they also counterfeited additional shares. The stock went from 9 to 7 to 6 to 5 to 4 to 3 to 2. And you don't care because you just said you just came on. You don't follow your stock. You shouldn't be investing. You should buy a mutual fund if you don't have time to watch it. But a year ago, sort of July, August of a year ago, I was asked if I'd be CEO, and through channels. And instead, what they've done is hired a receiver and a lawyer. And the lawyer and the receiver probably are getting paid. It's in the court filing quite a bit of money to get capital back and stock back. It's in the filings. You can listen to Richard Hoffman on YouTube. You can ask him, is he getting paid? I don't know. But I do know the receiver's getting paid. And there's another attorney that's getting paid. I don't know who's getting paid on all that. But when I was asked to do it, I kept my mouth shut. And I said, yes, I'll do it. Of course, they went another direction. Why? Because Reichman didn't give up control. On this channel, I started telling you, of course, you weren't listening. You had other things to do, even though you're invested in it. I said, there is palace intrigue going on. There's a revolt in the C-suite. The CEO's come out of the woodwork and he's trying to take control and I started saying, hey, why don't you sell some and take a tax loss? Now that's too non-direct for this audience. I did not come out and say, sell. Why? Because there was a pending merger, at that time still with the law firm, which didn't happen later on. There was a pending potential merger with Trento Mines. And there was one other thing I can't remember right now, and I hate going back over it. Then they hired Lou Brewery from a short-selling derivative hedge fund, and he, for some reason, saw the greatest opportunity in his long storied career to come to work for a shell company. Now, you can put two and two together. I did. Am I right? I have no idea. I've never met the guy. I think he came in to protect the short sellers. I said so. Stock was $2. Stock was $1.50. Stock was $1. Stock was 80 cents. Stock was 120. Stock was 90. Stock was 80. Stock was 70. Stock was 60. Stock was 50. Stock was 70. Stock was 40. And I gave you an idea that I did myself with some portion of my much dwindled account, which at the time was to buy Logic because they were doing the de-SPAC. Since then, Aubrey Advisors joins the list of places CEOs shouldn't go. Same with Shadron Financial. They sold a toxic convertible note. They de-SPAC'd and destroyed the stock. I believe that the clients of Aubrey and Shadron took over $100 million out of the market for collective audience, the de-SPAC, and Logic. Here we are a year later. I'm not sure that's a losing trade yet. And in fact, I'm quite optimistic in both cases, but at least it's alive. At least it's alive. And the odd thing was, you could have sold, let's say a year ago, November, you could have sold, as I recommended, I can't give financial advice, GTII, and 1 unit of GTII, I forget the ratio. It bought 11 or 20 units of Logic. I forget the ratio. Well, a lot of people didn't do it. So oddly enough, after the de-SPAC didn't work, you could still do it in January, February, March. And that was one idea. There were other things. But now the problem with GTII is you can't effing get out of it. Stop talking to me about it. You can't sell it. You can't buy it. That is a trade that round tripped. It went from 9 cents to $9 and came back to 9 cents. And then it stopped trading. It is on the expert market, which is a charade. They put a curtain up, they sharpen their knives, and they start slicing, and the blood splatters everywhere, but there's a curtain, and they call it expert market. But the stock is in an abattoir. You should not be trading it. Now, what is happening in receivership, they're going to pay the receiver 10%. So he's going to make $1 million unless he's splitting it with the lawyers. I don't know. He's going to make $1 million if that $10 million is recovered. So there's $9 million. Now there's some stock. The way I read it, there's some stock that needs to be recaptured. I don't know how they calculate that, the dollar value or what. But if that's also recaptured, he gets another 10% of that. And as in all situations, one person gets 10%, maybe 20%, 10% of two different pots. It makes them rich. But you were part of 450 million shares. It works out to pennies, if that much. Do you think Reichman is going to stop fighting? Do you think Rubari isn't going to make a claim that he needs to be paid? Do you think there's not going to be claims for debt and it's in receivership? Of course. How long do you think it's going to take to get out of receivership? Instant? Oh, well, but the receiver is going to find companies. He's not going to find any companies. He doesn't know how to find a company. Companies are going to come in. Trento Mines has come in. There's 2 or 3 other companies that are going to come in. But use your brain. GTII is a shell. Apparently, the insiders were corrupt, allegedly, according to lawsuits, papers filed. Are they going to quit fighting when a receiver says, hey, you cheated, and the judge rules against them? Are they going to just say, oh, yeah, you're right? Or are they going to fight? Does that take time? They have lawyers. I don't know. That sounds like a fruitful way to spend my time talking about that. I lost a lot of money in GTII. It's not coming back. GTII. $400 million shares. They find 10 million. And let's say they find 20 million. 2 million goes to the receiver and the attorney. 18 million goes to shareholders. Right? 18 million goes to shareholders. 400 million. Let's say they get that down to 200 million. I don't know. They get that down to 200 million somehow. Lots of luck. I mean, let's say they get it down to 200 million. So it's 18 million. God, this is such a waste of time. 18 million. All right, I'm not going to go run my errands. I'm going to sit here and waste my time at talking about GTII. It works out to 9 cents a share. That's if there's no debt. That's if you don't have to pay back taxes. That's if you don't have lawyers. That's if you don't have ongoing costs of being in court. That's if you don't have to fight Reichman. It's worth 9 cents a share if there's 200 million, and if after you pay the receiver 20% or 10% is 10 plus 10, however that adds up. And it may not all go to the receiver. It may be going to lawyers that are working with him. I don't know. But if they got that much, it's 9 cents a share. Are you going to waste time waiting for 9 cents a share? All right. Now, let's say magically it doesn't take any time at all. Let's just say it takes 90 days. Let's say that they're in and out of receivership in 90 days. 90 days. You're hoping that there's a huge naked position of, let's call it 500 million shares. You're hoping that huge naked position survives receivership. I have no bloody idea. I don't think it survives bankruptcy. The criminals always want stocks to go into bankruptcy. I think once the stock's in bankruptcy and the shell is released, I don't think the shares go with it. Or if it does, what they do. But of course, you've been too busy to pay attention. They do a reverse split. So there's 500 million shares naked short. They'll do a 1 for 500 reverse split just to get the stock back trading at some number. So that's they'll get it down to 1 million shares in the float. So what happens is 99% of the money that's sitting in the prime brokerage accounts on behalf of the counterfeiters, tied up until there's a settlement, it's free to come out. Why? Because when you had, let's say, a $2 maintenance requirement on 500 million shares, I have no idea what they actually have. That's $1 billion. When you have a $2 requirement on 1 million shares, it's $2 million. So the money that was required on maintenance to hold the position all this time suddenly gets reduced to $2 million. The shorts are happy as pigs in a sty. Okay, so all right, let's assume that it happens quickly and there's a shell and they don't do a reverse split. They just leave it out there. Which is highly unlikely. And they're able to attract a company who wants to get involved with this nightmare rather than go with a clean shell. Let's just say that. Okay, so you've got 200 million shares in my example, and a 500 million share short. But the key is you've got 200 million shares. We've already paid off the lawyers, maybe lawyers splitting with the receiver. I don't know. I mean, that's just life. They charge a fee. But there might be some assets left, but probably that's going to go pay Rubari's claims, maybe settle up with other people. Let's just assume the company starts with zero or very little money in the bank. but let's say it's clean because it's come through the receivership. And let's say it somehow kept the large naked short position. All right, in comes a company. Right now, you, JP Vidals, you own a piece of 200 million shares. It's actually 450, but in my example, I've gotten it reduced down because of the hard work the receiver is doing. The receiver, and anyway, I'll just leave that alone. You're not making any money in this deal. Some people will, but you won't. And I won't. So there's 200 million shares. All right, great. Let's just ignore the naked position. The GTIA is a shell. And let's say in 90 days, it's clean because it went through the washing machine, the cleansing process of the receivership. It has only 200 million shares out, has plenty of investors, has whales. That's an attractive feature. It does have the potential of a large naked short, which could lead to a squeeze and could lead to financing possibilities. And let's, in our imagination, believe this is all true in 90 days. Let's say it's debt-free, possibly has a little bit of money. It has the receiver who will act as CEO for the intermediate time. It'll have a real estate broker giving advice, a real estate lawyer giving advice, and another attorney. But one of the great strengths it has are whales. So there's people that want to make it work. Great. Hey, that sounds great. Let's just say, JP Vidales, you have a position that was similar to mine that I lost on. And we're going to call it, I'll reduce it a little bit. We'll call it 100,000 shares. So let's say JP Vidales has 100,000 shares. And I'm not using 450 million outstanding. I'm using 200 million. So 100,000 shares divided by 200. You own, JP Vidales, I don't know if I have to move that decimal or not, but to my quick calculation, without redoing it, you own 0.0005% of GTII, assuming you own 100,000 shares and assuming they get the stock from 450 million shares outstanding to 200 million. Okay, so let's put those two numbers up in the corner, 100K and 0.0005 is your ownership. Now, in comes a beautiful company, a gorgeous company. Let's say it's in the financial services area. Let's say it is I don't know. Let's say it's like a media company that comes in, like a Bloomberg. It comes in with data. Maybe it's AI. and it comes in with data and how to price bonds, how to price mutual funds, who knows? But every broker, every manager on Wall Street wants to buy it, and they're willing to pay huge amount. Let's just say it's the most beautiful acquisition you've ever seen. All right, they come in and they say, we're private. We love your story. We're looking for a shell. We like the fact you have whales behind you. We like the fact that it's been cleansed by the receivership. We like the fact that you have so many retail investors. And we like the fact that there's a whole team, there's a whole momentum to try to make this work. So what we're willing to do, we're willing to bring our brilliant, our beautiful, our best, most exciting media company since Joe Rogan's podcast. We're going to bring it in. How much of the company do you think they're going to take? I'll tell you where the negotiations will start. They'll start at 85%. They'll probably end at 90 or 92.5. Let's just use 85%. They'll take 85% of the company, leaving us 15%. So we'll have our 200 million shares. They'll have to issue I can't do the arithmetic. I screwed it up. But they'll have to issue billions of shares to get this done. Our 200 million shares will represent 15% of the new co. Okay? So your 0.0005% ownership becomes 0.00025. And you want me to spend time talking about it? GTII is a failed trade. You lost everything if you didn't sell. It sounds like you didn't sell. What are your choices? Well, if you did it in an IRA or retirement account, you don't have many choices. But if you did it in a taxable account, you have 5 weeks to write off your investment. Talk to an advisor. Don't listen to me. But you can write it off. Let's say you had 100,000 shares. And let's say you listened to Lou to buy it. So you paid $5 a share for 100,000 shares. That's ridiculous. But let's do it. Let's do it. So you paid $500,000. It's ridiculous. I don't think anyone put 500,000 in. Now, you can write that off, that investment down to zero. Zero. Why? Because you can't sell it. It doesn't trade. It's in this weird quasi thing to hide thievery. I believe, this is my belief, you can make an argument to the IRS that you can't sell it. You can't trade it, and it's worthless. But check with an advisor on that. So what happens? Your cost basis will go to zero. If something good happens in the future, you start from zero, you sell it, you got to pay to the IRS from that. But let's not say you have a $500,000 loss. That sounds so ridiculous. Let's say you have a $50,000 loss by doing that. 50,000. And let's say instead of 100,000 shares, you had 10,000 shares. If you make profits and you're in a high tax bracket, you're probably not, but let me just assume your federal, state, and local taxes, if locals included in your jurisdiction, run at 50% on the margin. And let's say you're there and your earnings are all at the margin. Your capital gains are all at the margin. Conceptually, you could earn 50,000 in gains in the future, use 50,000 to write it off, and on 10,000 shares, that's worth $5 a share. Sorry, $2.50 a share, $2.50 a share. Realistically, your earnings are on they're on a sliding, they're taxed on a slide. So maybe you save $1.50 a share. It's something. But you're not going to do that because you don't pay attention to your account, and you got to go away and come back in a little while and ask what's going on. Now, I think the positive is from the receiver to the lawyers, to the whales, to their advisors, to Trento Mines, for example, everybody is on the same page. Everybody wants to make a successful transaction. So you will have a chance, in my judgment, in the future to do a new trade in GTII. This trade's over with. This trade is complete crap out. And if you think differently, you're just lying to yourself. But you'll have a new chance for a trade. And you can make all your money back in that trade, but it'll require new money. What if the whales have to put up new money in order to bring in that new company? Our original, it's called, my friend, it's called a cram down, and we're not going to have much. Everybody's going to be making, but we will have a chance to put new money to work. And our shares that we still have, I still have, could be worth something. Now, the debate is it going to squeeze? I don't think so. But others out there think that the 500,000 naked short approximately will carry over with good news. They can create a squeeze, and then that becomes a source of financing. Maybe. Call me skeptical. But I've been wrong before. So then I'm sitting here. Let's not even talk dollars. Let's talk time. I cannot believe a more wasteful use of time than talking about GTII. Now, the hard work that Richard Kaufman's doing, the receivers doing, the whales are doing, their advisors are doing, and companies that want to come in, that's worth talking about. But you're not talking about it, and I'm not, because I don't have that inside information. That's inside information. I have to wait till there's a filing. Then we can talk about it. Last time I talked about the filing, I read it out, 10% for dollars recovered, 10% for stock recovered. I got such a blowback that I pointed out that was expensive. I was told to shut the F up. And then I get the messages, why don't you talk about GTII? GTII is dead. It's a complete write-off. It did not, I think it started to squeeze. I think the criminals had massive resources. They had allies, and our own greed got us moving to COSM. We popped our own bubble. That's how I see it. You might see it differently. But we certainly had a chance to take our profits. Turns out there wasn't a squeeze beyond $9. So we learn a lesson. But it is bleeding dead. It's gone to join the choir invisible. It is an ex-parrot. GTII is over with. Finito. There are no updates. The only updates that are going to matter is the receiver's going to find money, and it's going to make money for the receiver, the lawyer, the other side's lawyers. It's going to be chopped up. By the time it comes to it, I don't think there's going to be a lot of capital in the shell GTII. But it might be enough to attract a clean shell with some cash, might attract a great company. That's great. And I commend the hard work of everybody. But your ownership of that it's going to be a new co. It might have the same name, but it's new co. Your ownership will be smaller than an ant's. If you want to keep focusing on it, please do. But it's a waste of time. But when that comes, because you look right now, you can't do anything. You can't talk to the receiver. You can't go in to see the judge. You can't talk to the whales. You can't talk to the CEOs that are coming in. You can have zero impact on it. The only thing you can do is try to establish a tax loss. But you don't pay attention to your account. Hey, I've been gone. What's going on? So you're probably not going to do that. When a stock is flat on its rear end, that's a chance to establish a tax loss. Tax losses are valuable when you have profits. But if you don't establish it and it goes back up somewhat, you lose that. But hey, that's a decision you have to make. I can't help you with it. When GTI gets up off the floor, it'll be a new co. You'll own a tiny, 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 tiny sliver of it. You can hope for a squeeze. I don't think it's going to come. I do think GTII can get to a $5, $10, $20, $25. It'll take 2 or 3 years. It'll be a great company. They'll have a whole new team, a whole new story. They'll have all new shareholders and management. It'll be completely recapitalized, and we might end up with 5 or 7% of NewCo. And you're going to have just a smidgen of it. And you're going to be sitting there wondering, hey, the stock's going up, but it doesn't mean anything to me. And your light bulb's going to go off and say, you know what? It's been a waste of time. Now, the good news is you may have a chance, and I bet you will, because I think the whales, the receiver, the lawyers involved, the new management will be interested in offering all of us a chance to get in on a preferential offering. That's my guess. And you have a chance to put some new money to work. And if you can afford it, maybe you can put the same money that you originally put to work and try to make a profit on the combined position. But why the hell you waste time thinking about it when you can do nothing? I don't understand. To me, the only thing you can do is to try to establish a tax loss. Write it off. Now, I've read the rules on writing off. The key is this test. Is it worthless? Can you sell it? But also, does it have the ability to make a return for you? I don't think so. I just showed you, you'd end up with 0.000025% of the NewCo if you're starting with 100,000 shares and if they reduce the outstanding shares by more than half. I don't think it's worth anything. But make sure you have a professional give you that advice so that when the IRS looks at it, which I don't think they will, you have a professional that made that determination, which should be enough. That's one thing you can do. The other thing you can do is come on here and just constantly harangue. That's fine. I'll keep answering it. I'll keep getting pissed off, but I'll keep answering it because I try to stand in and answer the questions. But I think it's a waste. It's a complete waste of time. Another thing you can do is learn a lesson, which is what I'm, even in my late stage, I'm learning. And that lesson is every single one of these so-called squeeze plays, which are risky. These aren't certificates of deposits. They are risky. But each one of them gives us a chance to get out, at least get our original money off the table. And in the future, that's what I intend to do. If I buy into something like this and it's going and it has a rally story in it, I'm going to take the original capital off the table and own the rest of it for free. And I'm going to be a mature investor that realizes they're high risk. When the squeeze gets, because the other side is powerful. And there's many things the other side did. Many things. When they moved to Alpine, they brought in buddies to start shorting the hell out of the stock with stock they didn't own. It's illegal. It's collusion. They all did that. There's a lot of tools they have to cheat you out of your money. So you buy these stocks, you're starting against the tide. You're Sisyphus. He never got the ball on the other side of the mountain. GTII is dead. That's on this channel. GTII is dead. If you want to go listen to Hopium, if you want to go listen to Dreams, you're welcome to do that. But if it's not clear to you, the vultures are in. The friends working for you are in. The whales are in. But GTII is a shell. It's in litigation. It has lawsuits. It's behind on its filings. And you're a company that wants an over-the-counter shell. You want to start trading. You're going to look at GTII and you're going to see the whales. You love those whales. You're going to see the shareholders. You love those shareholders. You see the name, you think, wow, what a genius name. Global Tech Titanic Industries. I never thought of that. I want that symbol. You say, all right, I'm going to take that one. Or are you going to go, you can go down and pay $500,000 to get a clean over-the-counter shell that has no problems. It has enough shareholders, and you can get about building your business plan if you know the whales could finance this new company. You could go to an investment bank and arrange for an IPO or a secondary, and you're off to the races. You don't have to wait 18 months while Reichman is filing lawsuits against you. Look, I'm making up all these scenarios. I'm making up all these presumptions because we don't know the facts. But if you did not sell GTII, that's a losing trade. You lost everything. And if you make any of it back, it'll be 1%. So if you ask me about GTII, I'm not going to change my story. We lost everything. GTI is a complete wipeout. Damn it, I really had things to do today. But I guess it feels good to get that, make that clear to you. GME's up 64 cents. MLSS is up 4 cents. Wow, 104. Kodak is up 50 cents. CJYL is up 10 cents, 98.52. So that could be, it used to be when markets were real markets, what you looked for was a crescendo of selling. You know, you looked for capitulation, and that's what might have just happened in ZJYL, and that might have been the low that you could have bought. Now, if you didn't buy it, that's okay. That's okay. I just showed you the chart with the 2 lines on it. I think if ZJYL, I'll try to print that out and be more accurate, but I think ZJYL closes above 98 cents. It's very likely it broke out of the downtrend. Maybe to be safe, you call it $1. And that means I think ZJYL is going back to $2 or $3 very quickly. So that's great. I think that's a good turnaround. Nix is up 0.005 at 250. This next trip, which I suggest you add to your watch list, is up 65 cents. It's NTRP. It's at $3.25. It opened today at 269. I told you about it yesterday, I believe, maybe the day before, but I think it was yesterday. And it closed yesterday at 260. Today it's at 325.32, up 65 cents. I think NTRP, next trip. I spoke with the CEO. I heard the whole story. I really like that story, and I think you will too. That's something that maybe, if it's weak on Friday, might be something to pick up. RLAIF is actually down. It's at 25.7. It's down 2.5 cents. The negatives with RLAIF, it's really a Canadian company. There are a lot of shares outstanding. So those are the negatives. The story, though, is very powerful, and I would summarize it as this. They have a technology that replaces a whole team of engineers and does it more quickly. And they're already inside of Microsoft. They have relationships with 6 or 7 of these companies on their website. I'll go through the presentation. No, I'm sorry, that's the other company. I'll go through their website like I already did with you. But the natural buyer of this company is one of those 5, 6, 7 companies. I don't know. I think that stock maybe is soft. I don't know, but I think it could go to $1, $1.50, and higher, and higher. That's RLAIF. GDC today up 25 cents at 258. Volume is 94,000. Tilo, I'm going to try to reach out again to the guy. You know, the CEO died. That's now 425. And everything I've heard is the testing is going well. And he's the guy that I believe is the second largest investor is in Richmond, Virginia. And I'm going to I have a friend down in Richmond who I want to see. I'm going to try to meet with that guy and interview him. I like Tilo. Nix closed flat or is about to close flat. I think Nix might be down on Friday. Maybe it's down next week because of the holidays. But I still think Nix is the best year-end trade out there. Kodak up 54 cents. And I don't know, what else do I have here to talk about? ZJYL we did. All right, that's all of them. That's all of them. I do want you guys to think about something as it relates to gold and silver. Gold and silver. And I don't think you have much longer to buy silver under $50. It's $30, $31. I don't think you have much longer to buy it under 35. But I want you to consider something. Charles Goyette and Bill Haynes wrote a book called The Last Gold Rush Ever, which I bought and read a few years back. I'll tell you how old it is. (2020). So it's 4 years old, almost 5 years old, maybe. But on page 182, The Weight of the World, the cost of America's elective wars is beyond discovery. I'm not going to tell you the Pentagon estimate, but the Watson Institute for International and Public Affairs at Brown University did a study of the cost of George W. Bush's war, Hillary Clinton's war, and it turns out Barack Obama was a warmonger too. Brown University's Watson Institute, back 4 years ago, put the total cost of post 9/11 conflicts at $6.4 trillion, or $19,500 for every man, woman, and child. Just ask yourself, what did you get for that? Did you get anything for that? There's other metrics about the horrible deaths, but let's skip that. Then in a different study, and let me make sure who did the report. No, it's the same report, the Watson report. It notes that the wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, unlike previous wars, were paid with borrowed money. So, in addition to the estimate of 6.4 trillion, which, by the way, at that time was a third, in 2020 range, it was a third of our national debt was George W. Bush's and Hillary Clinton's wars in the Middle East. A third of our debt. But because the money was not paid, the wars were not paid for up front, and they were paid for with borrowed money. Even, this is according to the report, even if the United States stopped spending money on these wars right now, said Brown University's report, cumulated interest costs on borrowing ultimately will add more than 7.9 trillion to the national debt over the next several decades, or to the cost of the wars. What'd you get out of it? So these two gentlemen point out that Paul Kennedy, a historian, said, a top-heavy military establishment in a nation may slow down the rate of economic growth and lead to a decline in the nation's share of world manufacturing output and therefore its share of the world's wealth. Does it sound like what's happened to us? But therefore, it makes our power decline. Does that sound like what's happened to us? And so these two gentlemen, Charles Goyette and Bill Haynes, say wealth is a precondition. Production, economic production, precedes wealth. Where are the economic powers in the world right now? That's one reason I have hope in Donald Trump, but we'll see. It's going to be hard for him. Here's another estimate, completely different. Princeton University economic geographer Roger Stern estimated the cost of the U.S. military presence in the Persian Gulf from 1976 to 2010 at a breathtaking $8 trillion. That's from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama. It cost the United States $8 trillion to be in the Middle East. That's a third of the nation's debt, just to be in the Middle East. What do you get for it? Anyway, I'll try to find this one last point I want to make to you. And I probably won't find it, but I can remember it. Oh, here it is. Okay, I didn't highlight any of it, but the point is all empires fail. They fail in two ways. One, like World War I, you lose. So Germany, Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, they lost their empires. They lost that way. You lose in war. The other way you do it, you lose your empire, like the UK, the British Empire. You win the war, but you spend everything. You exert all of your wealth to win the war, and you lose your empire. Britain went, if I remember the numbers correctly, Britain went from having 700 million subjects around the world, 700 million, to 20 million after World War II. They won, but they were finished as an empire. The United States really didn't get involved until World War I, until after a lot of the losses had occurred. Same with World War II. The Soviets arguably won World War II. And we, of course, our aid and our military were a key cause, but would we have won it without the Soviet Union? So anyway, that all brings it to, regardless of how our empire ends, and I would suggest our empire is doing a combination of both. When empires fail, so too does their money. When empires fail, so too does their money. But gold will remain standing. That's the message I wanted to get across. I've been thinking a lot about it because I'm really nervous. We're on the verge of World War III. Any mistake. We don't even talk to the Soviet Union. Hillary Clinton, so unlikable, so corrupt, so untalented that she lost her election. But she's equally so full of herself that she blamed it on Russia. Well, we've been paying a price for that. We haven't talked to Russia in 7 years. So we've got the perfect setup. We're not talking to Russia. We're sending missiles into Russia. We're supporting the corrupt Zelensky in a hopeless situation. Dropping cluster bombs. And we're hoping that Putin doesn't do anything. What? Based on what? Putin's stronger. So what I thought about, and I'll get off this topic after I say this, in World War I, our enemy was Germany and the Axis powers. World War II, our enemy was Germany, Japan. I guess you can throw Italy in there. But now, we're on the side of these 2 or 3 countries, 4 countries, who decided to attack the world twice. We're on their side. We're on the side of Germany, Japan, ourselves. We're on the bad guy side. The rest of the world, the so-called South, is rallying around Russia, Iran, China, and that's where the manufacturing power is. Southeast Asia, China, and we gave it to them because our banks made money on it. And where's the energy? Russia has the energy, and they're selling it to China. So anyway, I just think we're not, I don't care who you like or don't like or politics, we're not in a position of strength. I think we can recover, but more importantly, I think we, and if it's only 5 of you that listen to me, we are blessed with 4 years, unless Trump's appointees who are warmongers screw it up. I think Trump is going to hug the war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. So we might still be at war with Iran. I think Trump has appointed war hawks that want us to go to war with Russia. So did we really change anything? I don't know. But what I do know is Trump is going to try to make our economy strong again, bring manufacturing back, and give us a chance of our dollar remaining strong, as it is, trusted as it is, for a while longer. In that time frame, you and I have a chance to become our own central banks, owning gold, silver, maybe having some trading vehicles in that area, owning perhaps land, perhaps property, perhaps a business we know how to do. If we're a plumbing company and we're the best one, we've got the greatest employees, whatever it is you know how to do, but get out of debt, because they're not going to let you get out of debt for free, I don't think. Make friends with your neighbors, hug your loved ones tight, and try to be independent, because when things become a nightmare, that's what's going to matter. And make sure your little piece of the world is safe. Thank you, Brian. I'll read that. I shouldn't get upset. It's a weakness of mine. And with GTII, I should have come out and said, sell, sell, sell. But that would have had risks too, because if one of those deals had gotten done, that would have been bad advice. But I think I made it as clear as I could that I personally was moving away from that as even a. It didn't make sense. I wanted people to take their tax losses. If they wanted to buy back in, great. But I wanted people to consider other trades. I totally admit that the logic trade to date has been a disaster. And I remember being here online, and when I read that they signed, these aren't toxic convertible notes. These are suicidal convertible notes. And Aubrey Advisors should be put out of business. That was malpractice. They sponsored that SPAC. They destroyed shareholder wealth. But who do they really work for? A new company they meet and de-SPAC, or Polar Investors, whose $8 billion needs to goose their returns so they can keep assets under management. Wall Street is totally corrupt. And early on, I really believed, as you know, I really believed that these things could squeeze, and I think there was a chance. But they're very powerful on the other side. And I'll tell you what I think happened, but it doesn't matter. If it didn't happen with those three guys, they would have come up with another way to do it. Remember, they had $1 billion at that time. I think they were underwater $1 billion, but they had hundreds of millions of dollars to work with. So part of the reason I get upset is I don't think we should, if we buy a stock, I don't think we should diamond hands it. If we buy a stock and think we can make 10, 20, 30, 100x on our trade, only a child would not realize that implies we could lose everything in that trade. I think we need to remember and learn and I need to, that when you put up, let's say you buy something for 10 grand and it runs and your account's worth 100 grand, as Warren Buffett said, if it's good enough to snap a picture of it on your computer screen, it's good enough to sell. At least get your original money off. Get your money off with some profit and let the rest run. So if it craps out, at least you got something. And I think the biggest lesson is as these stocks trade, they run up. Ham says it all the time. Sell the rip, buy the dip. And I made a pretty good living with clients when I was advising them to take profits. And sometimes the stock would, they'd take a profit and they made, I don't know, making it up, they made $4 on a $20 trade, but they made $4 in 3 weeks. I said, sell it. And I didn't start out my career that way, but I just said, sell it. And we have the cash back. We'll go do another one. And then let's say it went to 38 bucks, 40 bucks. Oh, we should have stayed in. Yeah, I guess. But we didn't know that. You got to leave something on the table for the new guy. Let's go try to do it again. And then you do it again. And I always, even if it cost me my commission, I always made sure they didn't lose on the trades I was doing or lost just a tiny bit. So I got them in the habit of taking those profits and ignoring where it went. Because lots of times if you hung on too long, the stock could be down 40% and then you're just sitting there. So the idea is about making money. It's not about making money in GTII. It started out that way. GTII went from 9 cents. Anyway, when I heard it, I think it was 20 cents, something like that. It went to I think I got in under $1, ranging from anything up. I don't think I ever paid $1. Might have as it went. I don't know, but let's just pick a more reasonable number. It went from 40 cents to $9, $8.97. Well, in retrospect, it's clear that was a chance to get out, at least some of it, And I had a friend that bought the stock, and he got out at 220. It went to 4, and I said, "Why'd you do that?" He said, "No, I'm happy. He paid. I think he paid 70 cents. He got out at 220. He said, I'm happy with that trade. I'm glad." And in retrospect, that when you do a trade that's profitable quickly, as Ham often says, it's the easiest money, but it's quick. So on an annualized basis, your rate of return is stellar, but you have your cash, you can do it again. Well, we started with GTII. Just talk about my own account. I didn't trade those. I didn't get out of those, like an idiot, because I believed. I've learned a lot. And I think the number one thing you have to take away is there are no market makers. It's all fraud. There are people who say they're market makers in order for the criminals to break the law on the reg show exemption. Gary Gensler doesn't care, and whoever replaces him won't care. Adina Friedman doesn't. None of them care. And the selling continues and continues and continues. So when these stocks go up, I think that's the biggest lesson. You just got to take some money off the table. You can't expect one stock to make it all. Now, GTII, as I've just expressed with a great deal of frustration, and a lot of my frustration is how much money I lost, you lost, everybody lost. I hate it. But they beat us. They beat us. It was unfair, but they beat us. I think we're lucky that we have guys like the lawyers and the receiver and the whales and the companies that want to come in. We have a chance to make money back, but it's going to require additional money on mine, yours, to make money anywhere near what we lost. I think it's going to be a new commitment of money. That's why I'm saying that trade's over. But thank God these people with good intention and team players are working to make it happen. That'll give us a chance to trade it. But in the meantime, you can't trade. You should not be trading GTII in the so-called expert market. They'll rob you blind. It's just insane. I doubt there's a bid out there. So somebody said, look, I can't take the losses as my IRA. That's nonsense. Well, I know the situ. It's not, but that doesn't change that the loss is there and it's gone. So what's my choice? Just to keep talking about GTII, bringing it up, not paying attention, coming back, what's going on, or trying to really understand what's going on. What's going on, they won. Now, if there's criminal activity and there's a way to go after big brokerage firms and get a ginormous payout, we'll all get that. But that's a separate issue. The only thing we can do is trade stocks if we want to. I think any money you have right now is better placed in any one of these series of stocks. MLSS might triple. I think Logic is 10x. I think GDC could be, I'll give you my target on GDC. $40, $50, $60. Will it happen? Who knows? But when it was 69 cents, there was very little risk in buying it. Now you're buying it at $2.50. You could argue there's $2 risk, but that reward is very high. ZJYL, I would still say that could go into hundreds of dollars. Sounds crazy, but who thought HKD would go, or TOP? Nixie, the single thing you could buy. Instead of focusing on buying GTII, you buy Nixie at $2.50. Maybe on Friday, maybe on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you can buy it at $2 or $2.25. I don't know. And it goes to 25. It goes to 50. Let's just say it goes to 25. You make 10 times your money. And it happens before the end of the year or thereabouts. Then you can take those profits, and if you really want to, you can go load up on GTII. My opinion is if you have profits you want to put in GTII, set them aside, set some cash aside, and once the receiver comes out after working hard on the financial reporting, and he gets that stock trading again on the over the OTC QB or whatever it is, and maybe it's out of receivership, and maybe there's a company coming in, and maybe we're lucky and we still, maybe I'm wrong, and we have 50% of the company, not 15. You never know. I'm just telling you probabilities, but they may negotiate such a great deal and we own a big piece of it and it starts trading at 5 cents, 10 cents. Well, it's a new trade. And then you have some cash set aside that you made on Nixie and you can come in then. But I would support that, by the way. I would support that. But right now there's just nothing you can do with GTII. There's nothing. It's nothing. And I hate it. I also hate that I thought I was being clear for about 9 months, a year, and I guess I wasn't getting through. I hate that every stock for about a year's time, all they do is go down. All they do is go down. Every single one, except Mike Saylor's company. I think that's going to change. I think that's going to change. And I really believe, Brian, that we have to start trading, quasi-trading. I don't like being a day trader. I don't like looking at charts with the, the Fibonacci 62,713 line, and that it counts to 3.4. And I love technicians. I love them. I used them all my life. We had one of the best when I was a President's Club Hobby Bob, and I would call Harry Lobsher. He'd always pick up his phone. Lobsher, I can't do it anymore. Lobsher, hello. Lobsher, hello. And I can't do it. My voice isn't low enough. Lobsher, Lobsher, hello. Hi, Harry. This is Bill Fair. Oh, hi, Billy. What can I help you with? Well, can you look at I don't know, Apple Computer? I have a client. He owns 10,000 shares, and he wants to sell calls against it. Can you do? Well, let's see. That's $37. That counts to, and then it counts back down to the counts, and you count it up. So, well, Billy, I think if it can keep running, it might go to $42. But if it fails to hold 34.25, I think you could see it trade down to $31. You got anything else? Oh, thanks for that. I mean, it's great, but it's a whole different world. I don't want to trade like that. I don't, it's not that I totally respect it. I'm not smart enough. I don't have that capacity. But what I do know is you can learn a story, and sometimes the story can be as simple as someone you trust. This is how women date men. According to the lead singer of Kiss, he noticed it when he was dating some hot chick. And I listened to him say it on an interview. He said, women don't do their homework. They'd rather date. They see me with my girlfriend, and they see how hot she is. They see whatever, how smart she is. And they say, oh, well, then Gene Simmons is a good guy to date. And they'll come date Gene Simmons instead of find their own guy. And the more I look around, ever since I heard that interview 25, 30 years ago, I think it's true. Women love to date men that are already spoken for because that other girl did her homework. That must be a good catch. It might be the pheromones, I don't know. But I forget how that was with these stocks, with trading. I think we have to start going after the stocks that have some trading possibilities. All of it, well, I don't know about you, but I don't have the capital to build a big portfolio right now. But ideally, you start with one or two, you get a little bit bigger, and then you can be in several places. You can't be in a lot, but you can learn the story. And as I was saying about these women, sometimes a guy that you trust calls you and he says, "Hey, I like this story." And you say, "Why?" "Well, I think it's going to do this and this." Okay. And that's all the study you do. Why? Because you know he did his homework. Other times it's on you. So you have to pull everything you can. You have to make the phone calls. You have to go sit with the CEO. You have to go do an interview with the CEO. You have to fly up and have dinners. You do all that, and over time, you get a sense of what's going on. That's how I like to do it. So I know the fundamental story. I know the reasons why it could work. Every stock can go to zero. Everyone. I want to know why this company can give out standing returns, and I want to know what limits my downside. And I want to know the management. You know, all the projections, schmajections. They give you these glossy things. They project this and this. And I mean, when I get all that, my eyes glaze over. I didn't read it. You tell me what you're going to do. Pretend I didn't read it. You tell me what you're going to do. You tell me what hardships you've gone through. You tell me how you're getting through it. And then I can assess. All right, this sounds reasonable. I think this woman in front of me can get it done. Although I truly advise men, unless you really understand women, you should do business with men. And I think that advice should go to women too. I think women should do business with women. Women have more wealth than men in the United States, but you think love is tough? My dad used to tell me blood runs deep. Like a family, blood runs deep, runs thick, blood runs thick, but money runs thicker. If you've ever been in a situation, a bad love relationship, and you don't understand what's going on, make it about money or a deal. And I'm telling you, women think differently than men. It's just a fact. So anyway, that's just an aside. You do what you want to do, but you sit with management, you understand it, and I think women. That's different if it's a, stock. If like the woman that's running DBMM, I've never spoken to her, but I admire her. Anyway, I like to know the story. Then I get to know when the stock runs, hey, that's ahead of itself. Maybe I'll take some money off and wait. Or if it's sold off, hey, I'll take advantage. I'll go buy. And that's how you make money to me. It's not day trading. I'm shitty at day trading. And options are scary. Like I told you that one day I went to that stupid interview. It was a good interview. They were great, but I'm mad at myself. Options can wipe everything out in 3 hours. It's like sitting at I've never played craps, but I imagine it's like playing craps. But if you know a story and you're building it and you can trade, well, you're not going to get it wiped out, but you might have to wait, and it's awful. It's awful to wait. It's terrible to wait. I started doing this because I didn't want you to get affected by fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But that didn't turn out that was 100% the way to make money either. I tried like heck, Brian, to get people. I don't think I could have been clearer. There were points at which you just get out of GTII. If you looked at a chart, if you know, and there's the standard numbers, just the whole numbers. It's at 8, it comes to 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Each one of those are significant breakdowns. And so we learn our lesson. And there can be trades that can make that all back. How do I know that? Because I've seen them. I've done them in my own life. But you can't force it. You can't force it. You can't immediately assume you can make it all back on the next trade. And it's not the best decision to try to make money you lost, for example, in GTII by hanging around hoping to make it back in GTII. Now, I'm not saying you can't hold on to that position that you have, but I think there's ways out there to slowly build and make money. Now, I didn't own MLSS, but I don't own it. But that's a way of maybe taking $1,000, turning it into $3,000. I'm buried in Logic, but Logic, I think, is going to go to 45, 50 cents a share. So take half of that. Notch. Assume it goes to 18 cents, 16 cents. It's 10 times from here. That's a beginning of money to put in other trades. I think GDC could be just an exciting move. Nixie is the single best trade before the end of the year. But this next trip, this the RLAIF, all this finger, I'm just amazed how many shares all of you guys own. It makes me feel quite insignificant. But the story with Finger, I think, is about to become one of the best stories out there. It's not without risk. I think Finger is fairly priced, which means it could go lower. And there's tax loss selling. They counterfeit constantly. But what's exciting to me, and it's in the interview that I did, Martin Shen is going to achieve, I think, break-even earnings in his 2025, which ends our February 2025. And if he breaks through the positive, even if he's just close to it, which he is right now, but he's close to break even, what matters is the projectability of revenues, cash flow, and earnings. And if those are projectable, predictable, and growing, you're going to be amazed what can happen to Finger Motion stock. And I kind of feel like Finger Motion is in a better class than some of these stocks. I think Nixie's going to be in a better class. I think Logic's going to be in a good class. I think Collective Audience is going to be a good class. But some of them, like a GDC or a ZJYL, to me, they're clearly just trades at this point anyway. I don't understand what either one of them does, but I think they'll run. So anyway, I think, Brian, there are trades out there to make a little bit of money, turn a little bit of money in, a little more, a little more, a little more. But the single biggest thing out there, I just found this. I don't know if I read it to you last time. I think I did now that I'm looking at it. But in October, and I think I've been saying it for much longer than that, but I just found my something in writing that proves that I said it to me myself anyway. In October, I said I think the goal for the S&P is 8,000, NASDAQ 25,000, Dow 60,000, and Russell 4,000, maybe higher. Well, I think you're about to see a massive run up in the markets, and the over-the-counter stocks will start moving. And I bet this year we may have a January effect trade that we can do. But I don't know if I wrote it down. But I can tell you what I think is going to happen. So as you make profits, if we do, it would be great if you took 10% of those profits or more, it's up to you, and bought silver with it. Silver, I didn't look, but the other day it was $31. I think silver goes to 90 in this rush up. And just like I say on those other targets, if silver only went to 75, I would count my prediction as a valid one. But I think it's going to overshoot 75. Gold, I think, probably goes to 3,500, 4,000, something like that. I might overshoot it. Oil's a little harder to predict because of the threat of war. If we have a war, it could go to $500, $600 overnight. But if we cease to exist because Blinken doesn't even talk to his counterpart in Russia, and Putin launches a hypersonic missile at one of our aircraft carrier groups and takes out, with MIRVs, takes out the aircraft carrier and 3 of the destroyers, and he does that in response to Zelensky launching our weaponry into Russia. We could all be gone in 72 hours. And in that case, oil's probably not worth very much money at all. There won't be any highways. There won't be automobiles. There won't be delivery. So, I mean, you can have some extreme predictions on oil, but I think oil in all likelihood is going to be strong. I think natural gas, you're going to be surprised. Natural gas is going to spike next week because we're going to have cold weather. But I think oil could go up. But next year, there's going to, maybe the following year, but I think it's going to start next year, but it could be the following year. Reality is going to set in. We're like the road runner running off the cliff. And even though Trump's president, it's not going to stop it. We're going to look around, and the worldwide economies are just in trouble. Banks are in trouble. Restaurants are in trouble. People aren't spending. Pensions are down. China's losing money, apparently, investors. So I think the markets, after they make these highs, are going to round trip. I think they're going to be down 95%. That's extreme, but I stick by it. I think we're going to wipe out everything in the indices. Everything's going to be wiped out on the way down. Now, does it stay down? No, because I think there's one more chance that we have, and I don't know why anyone listens to us. All we do is lie. We manipulate financial markets. We fraud, make everything a fraud in our markets. Every trade's fraudulent. Everything's paper. so guys with high testosterone can get laid that night, and we call this the real deal. But I think, unfortunately, or not, there will be one more belief in the American financial system. New York, Chicago, London, Tokyo, maybe the rest of Europe. But that axis will be believed one more time. And I think the Fed, the US debt might go as high as 100 trillion. But the Fed is going to spend money that you've never, like Janet Yellen will look like a rational person. The Fed they could expand its balance sheet 20, 30, 40, 50 trillion dollars, trying to rescue the world and rescue the United States. And I actually think it's going to work. It'll stabilize everything. The markets will have commerce. The credit markets will stay alive, but our world will be completely changed. And I don't think you'll ever see the highs in the stock market again in your lifetime. Unless you're young, you might. But I personally think it'll be 30, 40, 50 years before the stock market ever sees the highs that it achieves over the next 90 days to 5 months. Well, in that environment, I think silver is going to go to $90 in the short run. Gold could go to 4,000. Oil could go to 70, 80, 90, maybe 100, maybe. And war is an exception. War is an exception. It could go massively. But when that hard landing comes, I think everything comes down. Everything. I think gold could come from its 3,500, 4,000 and come all the way back down to, I don't know, 3,200, 2,800, 3,200. Because people will be selling it to try to keep their farm, or they'll be selling it to try to keep their commercial office building, or they'll be selling it to keep the margin account at Merrill Lynch going. Once that burns out, gold will rally. Silver, if let's say it runs to at least $75 or more, in a correction, I don't think silver will come back to $31. But I think it could come back down, definitely under 50. I don't know, just picking a number, maybe it'll come down to 38 to 42. While people are liquidating good assets to try to shore up assets that are going to be gone. Okay, after that sort of is all done, I really think that gold is going to be reset to a number as high as $40,000 an ounce, but maybe 27,000, maybe 20,000. And in that situation, silver could be worth between $500 and $2,000, $3,000 an ounce or more. Silver could go 1-for-1 to gold. And the trick is, I'm going to summarize. Ham just called me, so I'm going to summarize it by this. Dollars are not going to be how you measure your wealth. You should stop it. Dollars are something to trade in and out of. The dollar could be strong for a while, but dollars aren't it. These index funds and the overall strategy of buy and hold, that's going to fail you. Bonds rates might come down, so bonds might work for a short while, maybe, but they're risky. They're very risky. But that same idea that the dollar is just a way of in and out, in my opinion now, to buy gold and silver and oil and other real assets, things that I know nothing about. Well, those assets are going to have their day. If you just heard me, I think gold can go up 5 times, 10 times. But silver, oh my gosh. Silver can give you numbers like it were a short squeeze. But anyway, when they go up there, the problem is the government. The government probably is going to seize that or tax it. So we're going to have to be fast and use those assets to then, at some point in the future, and I think it's years away, by the way, but at some point in the future, turn the gold and silver into, apartment buildings, farms, clean running streams, producing oil wells. I don't know, real thing. Apple groves, things that are real. But that's what's ahead of us. And make no mistake about it, the last 40 years the next 40 years are not going to be the last 40 years. The last 40 years were unique in history. And the quicker I can get you to stop obsessing, and I say that, look, I obsess. Being here every night after I tune out, and I'm worried. I shouldn't have said that. Why did I get upset? I obsess over my losses, and I should. But I try to quickly. I'm a baseball fan. I haven't watched it as much as I used to, but I never really played it. We moved around too much. But I remember, you listen to coaches, you read about it, and you can't get back if you made an error, you can't get back on the field thinking about that error. If you gave up a 3-run home run, you can't come back out thinking about it, or it's going to get worse. You got to get back in the game. Another analogy I would give, if you play poker, which I like the idea, but I do it I haven't played poker in forever, but I do it with friends, or I think 3 times in my life I've gone to, maybe 4 times I've gone to a casino with friends and did that Texas Hold'em. I made it to the final table once, but it cost $100. I mean, it was all small stakes. But it would be like if you went to the poker tournament or table and you played all the night and you lost $5,000 playing poker. It'd be like the next time you came to the table, you were carrying with you the fact, I lost $5,000. Instead of coming to the table fresh, energetic, and you're going to treat that new game as a new game. I guess what I'm trying to say, and I'm scared. It shows up in some of my answers. I'm scared about the mistakes that can be made in this war. 1917 started just a series of mistakes and misunderstandings. We have no excuse for it now. Putin could be on FaceTime with Biden or Blinken, and we don't do it. I hope that Trump volunteers to fly. I guess Moscow would be too risky, but volunteers to meet Putin in Cairo. That's probably too unsafe. Volunteers to meet Putin in Geneva. The first meeting. and says, look, I don't want a nuclear war. I don't want war. And in fact, Vladimir, I'd like to become a trading partner with Russia. What can we do? I hope he does that. And you get rid of the Hillary Clintonites forever. She lost the election because she sucks, not because of Russia. I've never seen a person with less talent than Hillary Clinton. Never once in her lifetime did she do anything that showed any genius at all, except marrying a dork from Arkansas. And I guess she gave her speech at Wesleyan. And I guess that was some great breakthrough. But she lost. She lost. She had a chance to run. Where is it? Women want equality. Yes, okay, great. But where is it that women, if they're in the arena and they lose, people backed them, men backed her, men gave her more money. She reportedly had more votes than Donald Trump. She had a fair shot. She just didn't win. But why do we have to make an enemy out of the country, the only country in the world that has better weapons than we do? It's insanity. It's insanity. But hopefully we'll get past that, and maybe we can build a country again that can produce and be an economic powerhouse, and we can have military power and financial power from that. But it starts with integrity. It starts with hard work. It starts with telling the truth, that the United States starts telling the truth again. But anyway, coming back to our situation, I think we've run out of time to focus on our losses. We're in crisis. And when you're in a crisis period, you have to act. Your energy level has to be up. Your thought process has to be crystal. You have to know where you're going, and you have to act. And you have to get there before anybody else. And you can't be thinking about your losses. Is that why you turn to a pillar of salt if you look back? I don't know. But you can't look back. GTII is finished as its first trade. We may get, and thank God we will, we may get a second trade. But in the meantime, look how Ham traded DJT. I learned from him. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Then it settles down, and you don't have that opportunity. But it might come again. Buy the dip, sell the rip. And if you sell the rip and it keeps going, well, so what? But then you buy the dip. The dip might be higher, but you wait for the pullback. And anyway, you can make money back. And wouldn't it be wonderful if you took the time to lock in your loss for tax purposes, so when you start making money, you can do it up to a point, up to the trade-off, without having to pay gains, because you're just making up. It's in the tax code. It's a reward for losing. But anyway, I appreciate that, Brian. I now talk too much again. I'm going to go through this quickly, and I'm going to go walk my dog. Do we really think we're going to beat Chanos, Griffin, and Cohen? No, we won't. But we can, instead of joining in with the diamond hands, we can trade. We can get into stories that are going to work. And middle ground, I actually think we're going to come into a period where there is a bull market in the over-the-counter stocks. I think that's what Lou Bravo was trying to teach you. I don't know about you, but I think he had that vision, and I think he was right about that. I think he was right about that. The overall rally, 20%. CRTD was a total disaster. Now, I think I met Jeremy Frommer. I think he could have sold the company. I know he could have. He could have sold the company to GTII for $3 a share, and he would have had the financial backing of the whales, and he would have been CEO of the combined company. And maybe a short squeeze would have, but at the last minute, he asked for $5. And they said pound sand, and the rest is history. You can't account for people's decisions. In retrospect, it looks like it was the right decision because GTII doesn't even trade. CRTD does. But he did a 500 for one, a 1 for 500 reverse split. He did the mother of all reverse splits. I lost a shitload of money in CRTD. Devastating. And it was in my IRA. Tariffs will add to inflation. Trump is a trickle-down guy that doesn't help. I don't know about that. I don't agree with that. I think the Democrats are trickle-down. I don't agree with that at all. I do think tariffs are scary. Tariffs, you could argue they'd add to inflation. I think the bigger risk is depression. The bigger risk is depression. When GTII ran, no one suggested selling. Lou did. Lou suggested selling. I'm not sure that's correct. I know that I was caught up in the thought that we did have the squeeze happening. But I believe I did anyway, say that you got to take your original money off the table. And I mean, my videos are out there, but I've always said that. Take your original money off, trade it. So you trade in stages. So at least you have your original money off. And I do think I told you to sell GTII. From about 220, maybe as high as 280, I started saying there's something going wrong. Reichman's come back into the picture as an active guy trying to control, and this guy Rhubarb came in, and I did all that. I just what you're saying is I wasn't crystal clear because you can't read between the lines, and I've learned that. Because there's something about an audience that needs to be told explicitly, where if you were dealing with that same person one-on-one, they could understand what you're saying. So I did my best. I probably should have said something else. I don't agree with you. I think Trump will help the average American, but it's bigger than he is. He wants to challenge me to a poetry slam. I'm not very good at poetry. Princess cards she sends me with her regards. Oh, barroom eyes, shine vacancy. To see her, you have to look hard. Wounded deep in battle, I stand stuffed like some soldier undaunted. To her Cheshire smile, I stand on file. She's all I ever wanted. Yeah, Ace was wrong, but I think he meant well. I disagreed with him, but it's not because I think I'm better than he is or anything. It's just you make your call, and some got to win, some got to lose. And good time Charlie's got the blues. Gene never done his homework either, Bill. He told my daughter he copied Alex Harvey from the Glasgow. Oh, really? That's very funny. That's very funny. That is very funny. That's why he recognized it, Frank. That's why he saw that, because he saw how he was. Very funny. ZJYL. All right, let me go through all the, I don't know, the handful of stocks that I said. I think Finger is gives you a chance to double, or I think Finger by first quarter could be $4, $5, even $6, but I'll say $3, $4, $5 by the time they report those earnings. So at the latest, March 15 range, but probably sooner. And it has the chance, I agree with him, it has the chance for a huge uplift. Logic, I think, I don't know, we're already into December, it could be tax loss selling. But let me go to let's say, end of the summer. I think it's a 45-cent stock. Or higher, but I'll just say 45 cents. And I think you could get a trade in Logic, which is trading at 0.016. I think you can get 16 cents in a very short run, 10x. What's the another one? GDC, I've already told you, I think 40, 50, 60 maybe, but 40, 50. MLSS, I have no idea, but the numbers look gigantic, so that could be a wolf that just slowly goes up. But I think Ham suggested it could go to $3. This RLAIF, I really think it'll be bought out by NVIDIA, by a Microsoft, by whatever the other computer companies are. How big is that? I don't know. So it could go to a big number. Maybe, I don't know. It's only 30 cents, but I don't know. I'd be inclined if it went to $1.50, I'd just get out and leave the rest for somebody else. I don't, unfortunately, own any. Collective Audience, I think, is going to be a $2 stock next year, on its way to be much higher. What am I leaving out? Nixie. I think Nixie could go 40, 50, 60 this year in a spike. But I think it's a $20 stock at the end of the day this year. TLO, I got to find out about what's going on. Next Trip, NTRP. I think that stock is going to do amazingly well. I don't really have targets in mind because I got to get my head around it. Could it be a short squeeze? I guess so. But I think that's going to be a gigantic company. And that leaves, what did you ask, ZJYL? I actually think ZJYL, you're gonna hate me for this, but I think it can go to 300. I think it can go to 500. I think ZJYL is going to be the mother of all moves. And if I had to pick when all these are going to happen, I'd say RLAIF could be $1, $1.50 over the next 2 weeks. I don't know. I think GDC could start to move imminently. I love that chart. I love how it snapped back. And I think GDC could move imminently. Logic, I think, could move anytime, but there's so many moving parts. They've got to get all these deals in. It could be first quarter next year. Nixie, I think the holiday season they could sell it down, but I bet within a fortnight Nixie's $8, and before Christmas Nixie's 13 to 25, and maybe it goes a lot higher than that. I don't know when MLSS goes. NTRP could move very quickly. I think that story is going to catch fire, so that can move pretty quickly. So ZJYL, I would slot it in. I would say this is tricky. Wild guess. I bet GDC goes first, Nixie goes second, ZJYL goes third. And I'm not ignoring Finger. I agree with Ham's analysis. And I think Finger, my own story is a slow, steady rise, and then, but Ham really thinks that can go at any time. And I wouldn't bet against Ham. He's been studying those numbers day by day. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Yeah, Lewis, I can't tell you how frustrating it's been. That company raised $1.3 million out of $5 million it needed, but because time has gone by, it expanded the raise somewhat. They are moving forward. The money that they've gotten in so far solidified the leases, the et cetera, of running a company. The first money's in also got the company, they've ordered the equipment. As far as I know, they've ordered the refurbishment of their plant and the expansion of their plant for the pilot tests. They are waiting on the $5 million to come in to finish that. Now, I think realistically, I can't remember the allocation of the money. The part of it, the guy that owns the most of the company advanced some costs. And I think part of it goes to that. Part of it might go. Part of it might be set aside for future overhead. I can't quite remember, but the huge preponderance of that money is going to go to just finishing, building that out, building the production stream, and processing, to my memory, 36,000 tons of material a day for 90 days with the aim of getting 0.2 ounces of gold per ton or higher recovered every single day by production. Once that happens, even an idiot can take those numbers, and I'm not picking on anybody here, I'm picking on Wall Street, and say, wow, you got 0.26 ounces of gold per ton on average on 36 tons a day for 90 days. You drill deeper. You drill deeper where we know it is. You drilled in between where we know it is. You drilled wider where we weren't positive, but we thought so. And you now have 1 billion plus tons of resource, and you're telling us that you did it with your production plant. You got 0.26 ounces of gold per ton, and you have 1 billion tons of material sitting there. That's what I think's coming with that company, Lewis. It's going to be the next Carlin trend, but there's still risk. There's still risk, and the risk is the money's got to come in. The scaling to they've already done hundreds of tests, if not thousands. The scaling to production has to work, and there will always be something they got to change. Oh, well, that furnace doesn't work, or that I don't know. I can't make it up. That crusher doesn't work, so we got to go buy a different one. So there could be delays, but Lewis, I'm convinced they're going to get the numbers they want, and it's going to be the single biggest investment I've ever been involved in. Is that a guarantee? No, there's no guarantees, because until they produce it, as the guy says, he says it's real simple. You just weigh the gold, and until we weigh that gold and we do it over and over again for 90 days, actually, I think it'll just take a week. I've done meaningless calculations on a pad of paper, and I come up with anything from $4 to $40 to $100 a share. I mean, it's all insanity, but it's huge. Now, there's people involved, and there's negotiations involved, and I don't control everything. In fact, I control very little. So it's hard to predict the future, as you know, but I think that's going to be the single most exciting investment I've ever been involved in, and I'm catching myself, because I don't, just because I feel 100% sure it's going to work, which is what I do, doesn't mean the facts are that it's going to work. But that's how I feel about it. A lot of that's because I met with the guys. I know them, and I know the process. I've been an investor in it. I told somebody, and he said, "Are you just bragging?" But I think I've put up 350,000 of my own money, 360, 340, something like that. 350,000 in that company over the years, much higher prices. So I don't own very much, but I really believe that they've cracked the code. It's a blanket sand, and it's going to be one of the most amazing investments I've ever been associated with. Could it take more time? Could something go wrong? When they scale it up, could they find out that there's a metal termite that multiplies, and it comes in off the Sierra Mountains, and it invades it, and it chops up all the sand? I don't know. I can't make up a reason why it's going to fail. I'll tell you that. It would have to be something odd. But yeah. Ham was wrong about GME, and so was Ace. I don't know. Ham was right about GME quite a few times, trading, but maybe he was. I don't know. GME longs are making banks. I don't know. It's $31. It's $31. I'll tell you right now, if you have GME, I would take half of it and put it in DJT. See if that works, but we'll find out. Hey, Leanna, happy Thanksgiving. I hope your turkey, I don't know if your turkey dinner is great. ZJYL is up, fingers up. All right, JP, that's great that you're going to follow up with your accountant. And I'm sorry I get all worked up. Lots of times I get worked up. It's my own frustration. It's my frustration that you shouldn't be in this situation, by the way. You should be able to trade a stock. You'd still lose maybe, but you should at least be able to do it on a level playing field. It is not level. Gary Gensler is as corrupt as a $3 bill, and he's as attractive as a $4 bill. Well, yeah, that's probably true, by the way. In ways that I think about. But I also think I have to deal with my own demons too. There's the editor of the Washington Post back when Graham ran the paper. Ben Bradley. He went to a school, I think in Boston, but the teacher used to write on the board, "Today our best, tomorrow better." And that became his motto. Today our best, tomorrow better. It's a pretty good motto. You can't, we're all human. Well, you are. You all are human. Wolf is up. Has it broken through 8? Or 850? There's a bunch of warrants out there at 8 or 850. I think Nix could break out within 3 weeks. Yes, COSM was a setup. Lou got a nice payday. Lou was a desperate way then, and he got a payday. I heard anyway, I won't, he's gone, but I heard he made a lot of money. Yeah, that's an interesting theory. I liked Lou. The Dallas GTI. Shut down the live when Ham hangs up. Well, if you only want to hear Ham, he does a call on Twitter most every day. You can just go listen to him. Recharge my phone. Oh, Ham called me? Is that what you're saying? Oh, don't. It's not just JP. It's not you. You came on late. There's several people that asked about GTII, and for me to talk about GTII and tell you what I think, because that's what I do, it's going to cause enormous blowback. You can't talk about that. Just tell them to listen to Richard Hoffman. Richard Hoffman is good with the law, I'll tell you that. But I think I can make a pretty good read on what's going on in trading. I think I can. Thank you, Brandon. 600. That's true. All right, let me go to the bottom, then I'm going to say goodbye. Happy Thanksgiving, Leanna. You got here late, and the ham jumped, and I heard you say no stock just goes up. Did you forget about Jeff? I said no woman, no cry, no stocks, no losses. I forget, Charlie Mac. I forget. I don't remember what I was saying. Just for those that don't believe, Ham has helped me recruit some of my killing from Adam. From AMC. Oh, absolutely. Adam Popcorn. Totally. And I think I know Ham helped you. He tells me about his trades. I think he did a good job. I think you did a great job. For Nixie, no, I don't think you should buy calls, because if it takes until January, uh, those calls will be worthless. I think Nixie, sexy Nixie. I think Nixie's going to give you 10x potentially if you buy it here. Maybe it's only 8x. And if we're lucky, it'll spike and it'll go higher. I don't think it's worth buying calls. It is a call, as Ham puts it. You're only paying 250 for the stock. And I would just rather that you sleep tight, not worrying about the premiums expiring. Why? Because I believe Nixie will be a $1 billion company. It's in the press releases, and I do buy the idea that their new Radix AI, which was left over from their contract with GoLogic, that Radix AI platform can revolutionize, which means more orders, better efficiency, better profit margins, and obviously more volume than the antiquated systems that this company has had, I guess, 20, 30 years. But then it says it. They're going to go buy additional companies. And I think that business model makes a lot of sense. I'd much rather you own the shares, just in case it takes longer than my read of this chart. I could be wrong. It could be January, but I think it's going to happen very soon. Daughter toured Europe with Kiss on a jet. That is awesome. I love that story, Frank. I hope your daughter enjoyed herself. I never really was into Kiss, but I listened to him. He's an alcoholic, and he talked about it, and he didn't have his makeup on. I liked him. I liked his intelligence, and I liked his honesty. So, but I never, when I was younger, I never listened to his music. Ace has turned into a club. Oh, where people come on. Ace is a good-hearted feller. All right, everybody. I am going to go walk my dog. It's 5 o'clock, 5:30. I hope the stores are still open so I can buy a few things. And I guess I'll go to the bank on Friday. To JD, if he's still here, I don't know if he is. I'm sorry I got all worked up. It really isn't directed at you, although it sounded like it, I'm sure. It's so many people, and I know there's shills there too. And I'm very uncomfortable misleading. I consider it a misleading of people. And I'm not saying Ham's doing it, but I think it would be misleading to tell you that there's going to be a miracle in GTII. That does not, just choose my words carefully, that does not mean the hard work of Richard Hoffman, the receiver, the advisor, and the whales couldn't turn into a tremendous investment opportunity. And it could help us, but I think we're going to, at that point, have to put more money up, which is fine. It's all you can hope for, is a chance to recover. But in the meantime, I don't think there's trading you can do now with it. But in the meantime, there's some other things that are going to trade. And I think we can get back to making our money. But what I get frustrated with is you shouldn't have to deal with this. I can understand if someone doesn't do their homework and makes a recommendation and it craps out, I can understand that. But when it's the entire Wall Street infrastructure corrupt, working against investors, that pisses me off. Anyway, I'm going to wish everyone happy Thanksgiving. I'm not going to talk to you tomorrow, so I hope it's a lovely day, and I hope I don't know, whatever football team you're rooting for wins, and I hope your uncle doesn't get drunk, and I hope your turkey is cooked all the way through, and I hope your coleslaw tastes great. I love coleslaw. I miss it. All right, blessings to you, and that's a good way to say it, Leanna. God bless each of you. I'm very thankful that you're here, and I'm thankful that there's a chance. And I've learned a lot from you. I've learned a lot from him. And today our best, tomorrow better. So cheers. No politics, no religion. What do I talk about? Golf? I don't know anything. Football? I don't know anything. Yeah, that's funny. When my dad was alive, my brother's wife commented, she said, I've never been to a household where there's no interest in the football. We don't even turn on the TV. We just sit around talking like you just suggested, politics and religion and anything else. She said, I've never, she's a great kid and a great person. Smart as a whip. Funny too. Yes, I'm saying there is a chance. I am saying there's a chance. And yes, there's a chance. All right. Ciao. Happy Thanksgiving.